Well, isn't this a fine how do you do? Welcome, people, to the show. Lovely evening to be around, hanging down in the sun and in the rain. We will find what makes Was my microphone off this whole time? Wow, great. You can't hear a thing. I did a whole intro and everything. No! People, welcome. I've been talking to nothing. Ah! Welcome, people, one and all. Welcome to the show. Even though it was a little late. How you doing, Waffles? Doing good? Doing Gucci? Man, I'm crazy. Well, now we listen. I exist. I'm good. Hi. Hello, Lum. Welcome. Hi, how are ya? Let me bring all this down. Down to clown. Wow. Today's gonna be a little silly, a little weird. I don't even know. Well, I'm gonna put the music anyway, just in case, you know. Find something to play. Didn't I have this already set? The music stuff? Oh, don't tell me I got all jumbled up. Let's see. Let's bring back the... Harris, was it this guy? Yeah, Harris Heller? I assume so. Yeah, he had like a bunch of stuff here. Yeah, I think this was the guy. Okay, so I'm just going to put it on shuffle. Yeah, there it is. There we go. Yeah, we got some nice background beats. He's happy. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm excited. Because I haven't done this before. The idea of, you know, writing down the actual scripts for the tutorials. I don't know if it's going to make an interesting video today, but I figured that with a little bit of help, or with a little bit of suggestions, it will be kind of fun and interesting to write scripts together for 3-minute shorts on tutorials on just how to draw and just start. Maybe it's a little loud. Let me put it down. Let me know if the music is too loud or too low. I'm going to be handling it from this corner. So I had this box of Nokia phones that I collected, and I was wondering if they still work. So I searched up through the whole house for chargers. After charging it for around 3 worked. On one, a camera, so there were some old videos on there. Yo, nice. Now you're going out from vintage collecting and vintage usage to now being very explorer. You're jumping into old technology, finding old files. discovering the ancient tomes of the digital era. Sadly, 3 didn't have the charger for, and 2 were sadly broken. Ah. But you can find a way to buy the chargers adequate for those phones, or at least borrow it, because I suppose all you need is enough charge to see if there's any information in there to extract or something. I don't know. But that sounds interesting. Anywho. Let me stretch. I had a thought to skip the lesson 0 from now, because if I can bring up the Discord server, my notes, the notes that I've been making for myself on my plans for lesson 0. Here it is. Let me turn it on so you can see. There you go. So these are my notes for lesson 0, which is mostly all about, oh, here it is, which is mostly all about starting. It's more about the emotion on starting to do the art rather than the technical aspect of it, like, oh, start doing lines, shapes, perspective. It's not the traditional first steps, the fundamentals. It has nothing to do with that. Step 0 is more about your outlook on failure, on training yourself. And I think this is so psychological and so unique to different people that I think we're going to have to make a whole separate thing about it, or at least I have to think about it a little bit more. I've been interviewing people about this. I've been trying to find a way to kind of make like a universal thing for it. So I've been putting all these points here about what I should talk about, and how am I going to connect one thing to another is the thing of challenge for me, because I need to make like a subject and then weave them with a nice way of speaking so it's persuasive, so then people can get excited to actually ignore their little brain heads and they just go and do things. So I suppose that today we would start with just writing the technical stuff. Like we can start with, oh, why does this hide? OBS, please keep that thing on the top. View docs, always on top, and then do it again so it actually stays on top. Always on top. Nope. Always on top. Okay. I don't know why, but I have to always refresh the chat so that way it stays on top all the time. I will be right back. Okay, no problem. I also have on the side, if you guys can see it. No, you can't. So I guess I'll have to... Oh, it's not on. Okay, let me turn it on. Affinity Designer. I have Affinity Designer on, so that way we can create the actual tutorial, because my plan for this is that I'm going to make the video, right? And at the description, I'm going to have a Catbox link that leads to downloading the actual practice that you can print or you can use digitally. I'm going to have it be paper size, so 18.5 by 11, so that anybody can print it onto paper and then they can practice it themselves. And if not, they can do it digitally. Either way, it works. Because one of the first things that I wanted to add in the practice was line art and how to hold a pencil. Which, it's not that there is an objective way to hold a pencil, but there is different techniques that open up when you use a pencil with different grips. So let me just start by writing. No, not lesson. Well, yeah, lesson 1 would be line art and... Okay, this is also going to be low-key, kind of like a touch on when people say that artists gatekeep art. And then you have to go like, well, that's not true, because one of the most basic things that you can do is use a pencil, right? Just pick up a pencil, grab a piece of paper, and then start staining the paper with your pencil. It's not that hard. It's always accessible. So I wanted to call it like not even art, it's just line. It might seem extremely basic, but that is the point. The point is to grab somebody that just has no idea where to start, or does not, you know, like they are in rock bottom and they're gonna start to climbing up. Well, you can start by this. Very basic drawing lines. Also, hello, Ditzy Pondman. How are ya? Doing good? Happy to see ya. So we can start, at least when I was thinking about this, I was saying... Let me make it bigger so you guys can see what I'm writing. There you go. As good as I can be at work. I see. Well, today's gonna be pretty chill, so even at work, we're going to be working on... Oh, I forgot to introduce this software. This is LibreOffice. LibreOffice is a software that is kind of like a replacement for Word and Office in general. Let me bring it up. Let me see if I can find the menu. No, it's already on. So let me... No, that's just a new document. You guys can't see this menu. Master document templates? No. Can I go back to menu? No. Hang on. I'm gonna start from scratch because I want to show you guys the interface for LibreOffice. It's pretty good. I love this. Here it is. So this is like the main hub for LibreOffice, and it has Word, basically writing document writer. Calc spreadsheet, which is Excel, Impress presentation, which is PowerPoints. You got drawing, math formula, and database, which I don't quite understand what it is. I think it's so you can organize multiple documents, but I'm not sure. Now, I used the writer document to create this, which is a D&D character sheet. And in a single page, I also added the ability to fill it in. Let me see if I can get out of developer mode. Designer mode. No, I am now in designer mode. If I'm not in designer mode, I can fill in whatever I want. And in this case, because this is like D&D, I can put just a bunch of numbers. I don't know, whatever. And I also have checkmark buttons that I can put in. And yeah, this is pretty cool. It is a pretty cool software. And with Adobe Acrobat, I can actually read and draw and write on these boxes if you read the PDF that way. Okay, let's not save this. So if I turn it on back and I make a new document. Also, hello Swagu, how are ya? Welcome. So in this case, let's use LibreOffice so we can start writing our script. I'm not gonna use a header, I'm just going to start from here. So I would say most art what? Disciplines? Discipline sounds so highfalutin. Is there another way to say it? Like most art departments? Because I'm talking about sculpting, I'm talking about architecture, I'm talking about painting, I'm talking about, you know, that like the multi-disciplines, the multi-styles. I posted a short and scheduled a few. Yeah, I heard. That sounds pretty cool. I gotta, that's the thing. Once I start making the shorts, I'll have to start scheduling them. I think I'll schedule them like one a month or something, even though I might have them all ready to go. Most art related things. Yeah, most art. Most artists will find drawing accurately a useful skill, though often it's hard to know where and how to start. Then next I can be no, I don't want to. Not tears. Levels? The search for tutorials can make it hard to know what to focus on, especially when you don't know everyone's skill starts and grows at different levels. Because the idea is that when you are looking for tutorials, some people think that you have to focus on everything at the same time, when in reality, you just have to compartmentalize. You know, some people should focus more on line weights. Other people should focus a lot more on perspective. Others should tackle a different fundamental. And you know, like, at least that's the idea of the sentence. I don't know if there's a better way to say it. So smooth music, almost feel like Hobo Cowboy Bebop vibes. Yeah, this music, by the way. Oh, let me just put it down. I think I have I do have the thing. There it is. Let me delete the other thing. Today we're not drawing, but I mean you can also join me on Magma. But I finally found like this playlist by a guy that has like a ton of music, and he says like, yeah, you can just use it, and there's like a license he has, and there's like a lot of songs, and I need like an entire playlist of thousands of songs, and he does have that. So yeah, that's his name. Check it out. I have a playlist on Spotify, and I'm just checking it out. I love how most of Etsy is AI art now. Oh yeah, I heard that. I heard that Etsy is going crazy with it. What a world, what a world. I don't even know if I... Because at first I was thinking, oh, should I go to Etsy to sell my stuff or whatever? It's like, nah. Oh, well. Let's see how it sounds so far. Most artists will find drawing accurately a useful skill. Though often it's hard to know when and how to start. Where and how. Okay. The search for tutorials can make it hard to know what to focus on. Especially when you don't know. Everyone starts and grows different. Incentives, okay, with a C. And their incentives to grow. I want to use very simple language for this. What's this for? So I've been thinking of making tutorials, right? Shorts. And these shorts are to be 3 minutes. And I want to pack as much useful information in 3 minutes. Or at least a series of shorts that will teach you everything you need to do to kind of understand the fundamentals. And I will provide examples. Over here, I'm going to also have a document that I'm going to create with training and practices and exercises for people to try and learn how to do them. I'm going to do those separately from the writing. But what I want to figure out is what I'm going to say, whether or not I should tackle it, because I'm going to say these things, right? And I'm going to time it. If it's 3 minutes, then that's a short. I am going to have to compartmentalize everything into 3 minutes. And if that's not the case, I will have to move it to another short. So that way, I will have multiple shorts for probably the same topic. And one of the first things that I want to focus on, well, the first thing that I want to focus on is on the motivation to even start making art. But that is such a big psychological thing. And as you can see over here on the Discord, I have a lot of ideas for that because it's subjective. The incentive to start making art is so subjective, and so is the drawbacks. The idea of, I'm not good enough, I don't want to start doing art, I want to quit even. Those things are so personal that all of these ideas that I have here on this that you can see, these are all for lesson 0 that I'll have to pack into either 6 or 3 minutes. It's too much. So I say we can just start writing lesson 1, which is the actual starting practice of drawing itself. And one of the first lessons that I want to focus on is on just focusing on lines, because it's one of the first things you got to focus on, drawing. And starting with lines, a lot of people do like the sketchy lines. They don't know about line weight. They don't know about the tools necessary to do certain types of lines, calligraphy lines, or just normal lines. How to hold the pencil. Are you using the normal writing grip, or are you using a grip that allows you to use your whole arm to make sweeping movements? You see, all these things have to do with just making lines, and the training that it requires to make a straight line, a line that is confident, whether or not it's curved, zigzag, squiggly, noodles, patterns, cross hatching. It's all lines, right? And line quality, I think, would be one of the first things that we as students in the beginning learn. Not to mention the tools necessary, because some tools help you not need to stab the paper, which is what a lot of beginner people do. Which I don't think it's a bad thing, but for sketching, it's extremely important that you understand how to caress the paper, you know, how to gently make a line and then be able to erase it after you ink it. Again, it really depends on the discipline you want to go for. Weeshna! Hello, Cooper. How are you doing? Can't wait for the AI to become adult enough to try and be human to not try and be human anymore. I don't know. It's just that the incentive for AI is so big that whether or not it's a bubble, companies are too greedy. Like, they'll just, it doesn't matter what happens, they'll die on that hill. It's one of the reasons I think that the indie sign of things is going to be super prolific now, because companies are firing everybody. Kind of like the Xbox thing that they fire, like, what? Did they actually fire 9,000 people? Like, allegedly, that's what happened. And at the same time, they're making the job listing. Oh my god, you guys should see what happened. Let me see if I can show you guys. Like, have you guys seen this? Like, the news on what they did? They made an ad, right? For hiring workers. Xbox ad image. Where is it? Come on, it's so infamous. Oh, right, this one spacebar doesn't work. It's nowhere in here. Hang on. Xbox ad. Did they pull it back? Okay, so here is one, but the visual is not complete. Maybe it will take me to the website. Hang on. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Oh my god, you guys need to see this. This advertisement is crazy. So they lay off like 9,000 people, right? Allegedly. And then they pull up with this ad. Just screenshot it. Paste. Okay, so here it is. Do you guys notice anything funny about it? Anything at all? Anything silly going on in here? Jeez. So, you see what I mean? At some point, I think the AI is not going to be the problem. I think it's just the people. The people are going to be their own worst enemies. Because the AI is chilling. The AI is not doing anything that humans don't ask it to do, right? The AI is just sitting there, waiting to be pushed and turned on and moved and given instructions. Huh, that monitor not right. I know, right? There it is! And that's one of many things going on here. Like, what the heck is wrong with that finger? But you see, it's like, yeah, sure, man. AI is getting better and better, but humans aren't. Welcome back, Waffles. But yeah, that's one of the funny things going on right now. Xbox Graphic is hiring, and God knows they need it. Ay, jeez Louise. Anywho. So right now what I'm doing is that I am writing the first lesson that has everything to do with line art. starting with a nice little quick introduction, or at least a draft for the introduction, because we can shorten this a lot. But for now, this is what comes to my head immediately, which will be: most artists will find drawing accurately a useful skill, though often it's hard to know where and how to start. The search for tutorials can make it hard to know when Oops. No. I forgot that this keyboard doesn't have spacebar. This one does. Okay. The search for tutorials can make it hard to know on what to focus. Which one sounds better? The search for tutorials can make it hard to know on what to focus. Or better, what to focus on? The search for tutorials can make it hard to know what to focus on, especially when you don't know everyone starts and grows different, and their incentives to grow are also different. I mean, AI got brain the size of a country. It is weird if it not grow out of thinking like a human and start thinking like eldritch being when it grow up. Will be exciting to have Cthulhu equivalent at home. What focus on, I think. Language is not my best subject. More Terminator rather than eldritch. What to focus on will be my preference. Okay. Yeah, that's better. The search for tutorials can make it hard to know what to focus on, especially when you don't know everyone starts and grows different, and their incentives to grow are also different. The following series of shorts are set Oh, double N's. That's how you spell beginner. Every time you type tap. This is writing the ASMR stream. It will be beyond human as it starts creating itself. I honestly doubt that unless it has a conscious. Because yeah, it is a mystery what gives us the ability to be self-aware. But at the same time, okay, so here's the thing. I always assumed the AI was perfect, right? Everybody's saying, oh, AI is going to be perfect. No, it's like, no. Let's just go extreme, right? Let's not, because every time we move the goalpost, it doesn't drive home what the problem actually is. Because at first we were saying, oh, the AI will never imitate human art because human art is so much better and whatever. No, it's getting very hyper realistic. And it's like, human art is better because, like, it's not the end goal. I want the end goal. What is the one thing, the best explanation you can give why AI, generative AI at least, why is it so detrimental for artists, whether it be personal or in general? Or for business. And now, you know, I have to always assume then that the AI is perfect. It is a perfect replication to the point that the only two variables I care about are whether or not it will be alive and whether or not it's forever dead. You know, that's basically the extremes here. Like, it could be just a machine that follows rules and is not alive, or one that gains sentience. And either way, the artists win. Because if it's alive, then it's just another artist. And it doesn't need anything else. And then you would have to give the AI rights, because it is a living thing. And every living thing in America deserves the freedom to pursue their own happiness, right? So if it is sentient enough to actually pursue it, and autonomous enough to pursue its own happiness, and it's hurting nobody, you know, it's a living thing. It's not an enemy either, maybe. So the copyright will be the AIs, the machines. Well, and at that point, it will not be AI, right? It will just be the intelligence. It would have the right to everything they create, no one else. So either way, the artists win, because then they will become an artist. It will become a they. And if it's not dead, I mean, if it is dead, if it is just a machine, then people will just become vegetables dependent on it. Because if they don't do rules and regulations against it, people will depend so much on it that they will just become vegetables. And guess who will be the only people that will be transcendent? Artists that are experts at their craft. So either way, the artists win. So you see, no matter how good the AI gets, the artists will always win. And I'm not saying that jobs will not be lost over this. I'm not saying that society itself will not crumble and be destroyed. I'm not saying any of that's not going to happen. I'm just saying that the actual artistry, the actual handcraftness of it will in the end be the last thing standing, because the people that overuse AI to the point of they're not becoming experts in anything. Take away the AI, what are they? We're back in square one. They are not adding to themselves at all, not even for inspiration. I don't need inspiration. I am an artist. I see the world with weird colors, and I see things that float when there's nothing going on. I'm the weirdo that can imagine a building being bent like a spaghetti and then it becomes an airplane. I don't need an idea machine. So honestly, again, it doesn't matter. Artists win. It is weird, and it will have like a detriment. Again, jobs will be lost. Companies will pursue this because all they care about is the money. But I think this is why it's important to go into the indie scene. Whether it is you becoming indie or just joining an indie corp, which is fine either way. The thing is that it's harder to find success on your own. And on an indie studio, you might find a little bit of more success. And it's not just about the success. It's about a livable wage and stuff, right? So, life is weird now. It still started at human made with Eldritch. Someone from another realm of existence. AI is more. It also stay within current instance. Eldritch beings can go between realms. It needs to see to make stuff we don't. It needs to see to make stuff we don't. Without AI seeing its training data, it can't make anything. Exactly, it needs artists. So that's the other thing, right? If all artists vanished, I vanished, you guys vanished, everybody that is an artist, they vanished, the AI will stay the same forever. Gee, it's almost like you need artists with skill to power this machine. So either way, you need artists to exist. Artists will exist. Whether or not they embrace AI, the only people that will be phenomenal at it, the ones that will be transcendent, the ones that will actually be praised at the end, even if it takes decades or centuries, it will be people with actual skill because they know what's up. And the only people that will lack it are the ones that are vegetables, the ones that depend on it so much that they can't form their own opinions or thoughts. again, humans win. I always type very loud and I just remember that was not aware of typing that loudly until I looked up. The entire class was staring at me. Oh no, Waffles. Ideas and brainstorming is most human process of making art. Making a machine do it is just inhumane to me. Same, because how can you be an artist that dismantles ideas and then reconstructs them into something fresh? And I'm not saying that anybody can be original, but you can be fresh. You can see a cup of water and then bend it into something that has not been seen in a while, or at least a combination of ideas that people have not done, right? Because it's like cooking. All ingredients are known, but not all dishes have been created. You know what I mean? I think that's the idea of creativity. And I don't know why cooking and art are such good metaphors with each other, because everything has to do with cooking is like, cooking makes really good metaphors for art. But the idea is that all ingredients exist. You cannot just create something original, right? But not all recipes are the same. Even if you cook the same thing, two people will make it different. Just a little bit more cooked, just a little bit more seasoning, just a difference somewhere along the lines. Or maybe even the kitchen you're working at has different aromas and smells, and it's just a different palette, you know? There's always a variety, and that's why I think Neil deGrasse Tyson said it best when he said that if all scientists vanished, people will still eventually rediscover science. It's always there. It's an objective truth of reality that math can predict a lot of things accurately and stuff, and you will just be rediscovering what is already there, right? But as for artists, the individual, there has not been an individual quite exactly like yourself. There might be lookalikes, there might be similarities between people in history, but not quite like you, especially not with the same history, especially not with computers and stuff. Like, we live in such an interesting time, and times are changing. Even though the human aspect of it doesn't change, because it never does, humans will always feel love, feel ashamed, have growing pains, be angry, be hungry, need to use the bathroom. Like, there is always constants in the human experience. But you as an individual, the way you see the world, the way you interpret input, life, that's you. There is nobody quite like you. And the way you see the world, the way you project it through your art will be unique to you. Even if you and I do the same exact art piece, it will be very different. So it's important that you value yourself to at least a degree that you can say, my output matters, my voice matters, what I have to say is important, or at least fun and interesting. And I think I gotta give myself a chance to thrive or to be heard. Even if no one does, somebody will. Even if it is 100 years in the future from now. Isn't that what we're doing with a lot of famous artists? A lot of artists weren't famous in their time. They became famous hundreds of years later when a bunch of movements appeared, and then they started to appreciate older modes, or at least older fashions. And that's when it's like, oh wow, what is this piece? Oh, is that a Van Gogh? Van Gogh was a great expressionist beyond his time. Wow. And although honestly, I see the wheel and it's kind of always the same. There's like this conservative versus liberal idea floating around all the time, because there is expressionism and then there is realism, and they keep fluctuating with different names. There's always like the style that is very hyper fixated in realism and depicting things as they are for one or other reasons, and the other one is more free, no rules, more colors, more expression, more chaos, more vague figures. Even in photography, it started out very objective, like document pieces, very everybody has to be seen, the face, we're just registering information. And then when it became an art form, people frowned upon it when it started to become a little bit blurry and vague, and a lot of implied themes that were not clear. and there were no subjects. It was mostly like a bunch of forms and figures, and it became like this weird thing that people were experimenting with different lights and different seasons and different lenses. And again, it's so much fun to experiment and see what others have done before and what you can do when you combine new ingredients with old recipes. It's phenomenal. So always have at least that hope that you yourself have something to say. And when you practice multiple things, not just drawing, not just camera work, not just script writing, not just anything, you will become so rounded up that you'll make your own style. And again, it's just you. It's amazing. So yeah, this is why I think that what Waffle said is extremely important. The ideas and brainstorming is the most human process of making artwork. Yeah. Yeah. The AI follows rules and it predicts the next word on steroids. Yummy water. We can be blind and still make art from our hearts. To be fair, food can all be chemically made based off math, but it will never taste the same as something made by your mom. Yeah. Again, the techniques mom uses, the amount of flips, the milk she uses, the quality, the care, no, it's different. It's just different. And also, I don't know about you guys, but some foods taste like the metal they were built on. I don't know if you guys feel the same way. Some foods I can know when they are factory made because they smell like packaging or they feel like an assembly line. Or at least that's what they taste like. Sorry, I have thoughts, but we'll go on because tangent. You can write your thoughts, Lum. You don't have to worry about it. If anything, this is the perfect time to talk about these things. And I appreciate any sort of new perspective because probably I'm missing something, you know? I'm not an expert on AI. I'm just trying to learn about all of these ways and it just feels sketchy to me. I just always feels that, no, I think we can survive this, you know? Also, hello, Julius. How are you? Welcome. I've been seeing that you've been doing the daily challenges for October. That is so cool. Also, you were drawing a character from like a show. That is so good. Also, I like that you said that you were that you were doing your birthday with good spirits and you drew something that looked like a spirit. I'm like, I hopefully that's a pun. So yeah, welcome. We're just talking as we write. Because Waffles brought in something really good, and also Swagu have been bringing in some really good insights on ideas on making ideation or what AI brings to the table versus what we can make, and how it's just not the same. I'm doing well, but just celebrated my birthday yesterday. Yeah, I saw. Happy to see that. No, that's amazing, man. I mean, it's just that I'm curious. I want to ask how much, but that's the thing. Normally, it depends on the person, right? Some people don't want to expose their age online, and I respect that. It's just that I get curious, you know? I want to see how old I'm getting against other artists. But I'm really happy that you're having fun in high spirits, man. So far, we don't have much, so you made it just in time. Once when we were on the Dutch watering land of Trescheling, and we were waiting on a ship back to the mainland. Go on. In the meantime, let me see what I got so far. The following series of shorts are meant for beginner artists, and the set... Oh, no, that's something else. For beginner artists, or or experienced ones revisiting the following series of shorts are meant for the beginner artists or experienced ones revisiting the fundamentals. And we were hungry, and conveniently were quibbling fish stands. We chose the ones with the shortest. Not sure when I'm going with other than the ones who went and tasted like nothing. Oh, really? And felt like it was mass produced when the other stands looked fresh and high quality. Oh, that sucks. You see, but so that's an example. Yeah. There are certain things that you can feel the process of it. Like, this tastes like packaging. Or metal. Like, I don't know if you guys have felt that. Like, it tastes like complex. Oh, when somebody just leaves an Uber that is very well furnished, and then they enter the house and they smell like the inside of a car. It's like, oh, where were you? They smell like air conditioning and perfume. Like, I don't know. You just know when somebody drives a nice car because they smell like it. Just expect you to read that in a deep voice and after say, be advised. The following series of shorts is meant to be viewer discretion is advised. Then maybe in that case I'll delete that first part. It sounds too official. The series of shorts you see here are meant for the beginner artist or experienced. The beginner or experienced artist. Let me bring out the clock. Yeah, so I have a stopwatch here. I wonder if I can actually put it. Can I? No. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit it and see. Oh no, I don't need File Explorer right now. I'm just gonna put it here. With deep, scary music. Oh no! That's not how I want to sound. Alright, let's see. Let's see how much time this first part takes it. Most artists will find drawing accurately a useful skill, though often it's hard to know where and how to start. The search for tutorials can make it hard to know what to focus on, especially when you don't know everyone starts and grows different. and their incentives to grow are also different. The series of shorts you see here are meant for the beginners or experienced artists to practice basic fundamentals. And hey, there's no shame in returning to basics, no matter how long you've been doing this. Truth be told, no one ever starts being a student, so I welcome you to your journey. 38 seconds, not bad. Yippee, yippee! Work time, yippee! I edit video. Go do it, man! Yeah! Okay, let's see. Before we draw the actual fundamentals, I wanted to discuss the topic of the pencil and the line. One of the most accessible art tools that ever was. One of the most accessible tools that ever was, and the glue that holds most art together. Lines. And even if you are talking about 3D, vectors and edges are kind of like the same thing too, curves and stuff. I saw this cool art style online that involved using only the lasso tool to draw, so I wanted to try it myself, not to copy or trace any drawings or art style, just use the lasso tool and to make a fun doodle. So that's basically I have been working on. That is one of the only few art styles that you will not necessarily need to know how to draw, because you can just make things with shapes, right? And that is pretty much graphic design without the vector graphics, but it's still a very good way to actually. And the thing is that with the lasso tool, there's more stuff than that. There's the lasso tool, there's also the poly but that polygon tool, I think it's called. It's basically the multi shapes and it's just straight lines, like instead of like the one that curves the lines, which is different. Oh, the pen tool, yeah. So, and I don't think you should worry about copyright and stuff or copying styles, because you're gonna give yourself the opportunity and the excuse that, oh, I'm practicing, so just do it. Copy the style, or at least try to emulate it as much as possible. Eventually you yourself will give it your own spin, because again, no two people can do the same thing the same thing the same way. Eventually you will give it your own flavor of it, you know? The only way that a person can do something perfectly every time is if they're in a studio and they are forced to draw the same character over and over again, and it has to be perfect. And even then, there's always like a different you know, like a different weight to it. Some people prefer sharp lines, other people prefer more curvier lines. Again, this is one of the reasons why lines is one of the great things to discuss at first, because the same drawing can have different lines and give a completely different meaning. I think there was a challenge that you have the one drawing, but you have to use a different brush, so your line style will be different, and therefore the way you shaded, the way you traced crafted the line art itself was very different because the quality of the brush was so different. It's fascinating. Again, it's one of the reasons I'm talking about it now. But I think you should pursue it. I think you should pursue it shamelessly. I think that's the word here. Shamelessly follow that and see where it leads you. Water. All right, we got 3 hours left. Let's go. Most artists will find that drawing accurately is a useful skill, though often it's hard to know where and how to start. The search for tutorials can make it hard to know what to focus on, especially when you don't know. Everyone starts at different starts and grows different, and their incentives to grow are also different. The series of shorts you see here are meant for the beginner or experienced artist to practice base fundamentals. And hey, there's no shame in returning to basics, no matter how long you've been doing this. Truth be told, no one ever stops being a student, so I welcome you on your journey. That works for most things. I salute you on your journey, because that works for beginners and also experts. Like, I'm not saying welcome to an expert. It's like, hey, welcome back. But I think like a salute helps for anything. All right, yeah. I have been trying to eat healthier, and I will say I have been doing very well. Until this last week, cherry sodas and crisps and loads of toasties. Not know where I'm going with this. I guess failing is part of the process. It is. I think that when it comes to substances like just a bunch of junk food, one good thing that can stop you is money. If you don't have your own money and you can just ask for help, you can tell like your friends or family, it's like, hey, I want to eat healthier. Could we not buy me sweets, or at least help me stay away from them? Or you can have a replacement like nuts. I eat a bunch of nuts because of my anxiety, I guess. I mean, I don't know if I do have anxiety, but I jitter a lot and I need to fidget. And sometimes I stress eat. Even though I don't feel stressed, my body just feels like that craving of, man, I want to munch something. So I tell my mom, hey, just buy me nuts when you're in the grocery store. And so I get nuts and I start eating nuts instead of eating something else like candy or whatever. As for sodas, I don't know how to replace them except for just quitting and maybe having water Perrier. I mean, nasty, but yeah, getting used to a diet that does not involve lots of sugar is really hard. And embracing the bitterness of a lot of foods and vegetables, like for a lot of people, is very difficult, but it's worth it. It really is worth it. You don't really want to develop anything later on in life. If this were me, I would just mix jokes in to keep the viewer attention. For example, hey there, how, you know, art is hard. You say, Small pause. Your mom. This. Yeah, I could do that later, but right now I just wanna focus on like, hey, let's just start working. And because if I do a lot of jokes, 3 minutes, I wanna know what I'm going to put in, what information, and if I have space for jokes, I will. But I want to jam pack at least a guide to help people understand. Hey, you can look for tutorials on the topic, but focus on this. Don't focus on that. You know, I want it to be also pseudo serious. I want it to be friendly, but I want it to be serious, as if to say, hey, because I am nice, but I also recognize that there is a harshness that you have to do in order for an artist to get out of their chair and start to actually do something. And I had to have a lot of tough love with myself to start. And I think that making it overly crazy would detach the person from, you know, oh, it's just another funny tutorial, haha, and then they'll move on. It's like, hey, have you tried to start and have not gone anywhere? Well, here's where you could start, but you gotta, you know, you gotta put in the work. I'm making it as easy as I can for you, and I believe that you can just lock in and do this. So I don't know, I'm going to focus on the tone later, but I'm going to focus on the information now. And maybe I can make a list of what I want to actually cover first, because this is not going to be the official script yet. Let's see, because lines involved, one of the things is straight lines, another one is patterns, oops, no, not there. Here we go. Line confidence. What else? Construction lines. Holding the pencil. Pen pressure, because I'm also covering digital, so it's digital and practical at the same time, two things. But yeah, I will add jokes, just much later. I guess filming is part of the process. Present to you this path. Yeah, exactly. And not only that, multiple paths, because I don't want this to be like the only tutorial people need. It's like, no, this is a start. I'm just telling you what to focus on, so then when you go out into the world of YouTube and try to find a tutorial that works for you, you understand what you're looking for. You understand what to expect and what things that you're expected to know, because some artists assume that you know things, and no, you don't. Or at least that's how I felt when I was learning. It's like a lot of things that people like thought that I knew, but it's like, oh, I didn't know that. That's why oh, okay. It takes a while. Because it all goes back to lines and scribbles with a pencil or a mouse, and start with shapes and mixing those shapes and making... Man, that dog looks bad. And that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Everything starts and connects with lines, right? And you need proper discipline with line, or at least understand what making a line implies. And then you can move on to making basic shapes. And from the basic shapes, also you can do cross-hatching and shading, and so on and so forth, you know? There's a lot of information that I can give here in just 1 minute, or no, like some of these things are just a single minute, so I don't know if I'm going to have to split the drawing lines part into 2 shorts, I think I can do this in 2 shorts. But if not, it's going to be very tight. Very nice, though. Oh yeah, nuts. I have heard you said that before a few months back. I still have that habit of getting some nuts. Thank you for that. It does really help. Yeah. I'm happy to hear that. As for soda, I just recently heard a friend of mine talk about how they were leaving their soda addiction. And they were indeed replacing it with either smaller doses or just a different soda entirely that is inferior or maybe diet. And then just moving down the line of less sweet. And the thing is that when they try the original stuff again, it's like, ugh, oh, acid. You know, like they get it. Eventually, you kind of mature your tongue enough that you can taste the chemicals. It's kind of like me with Hawaiian Punch. I stopped drinking it when I was a baby. Then I grew up, and it was like quite recently, like 5 years ago. I drank it again, and I could feel the acid. I could feel the radiation coming out of it, alright? It was awful. Now start scribbling today. It's free and good and luck, champ. And don't get cigarettes or milk. I'm here. But that's me. You do more of a tutorial short. Yeah, it can work. It's just that yeah, I want to make this like a very serious entry thing, and I can make it light. I can make it fun. I can make it friendly. I think that's the word that I'm trying to do. I want it to be friendly, and I don't want to be so hyper that it scares off the more introverts, because I want this to be very universal, but at the same time, you know, like I don't want to be too coddly, but I don't want to be too crazy. I want to be just like, hey, you want to get better at art for like something serious? Well, let's begin, but you have to. But yeah, I'll figure the tone later if I have space for it and how I can present it, because I was also thinking of making it kind of quick cuts and making it very straight and quick, jumping to the point, because a lot of this might be cut and I might not use any of this. But if I have this, I can start to actually make the tutorial straight up. It's like, oh, you start here, you do this, you do that. Very ADHD, moving from side to side like you did with your Blender tutorial. Yeah. Oh, and one thing that I do have working that I want to show you guys. Let me go look into my channel. Let's go to here. Okay, so here's my channel, right? And when I look for things, like I did like a very lame tutorial on how to draw scales, and it has like 533 views, and I'm like, that's not bad at all. And then when you look at my anime effects tutorial for easing, or at least the reference for easing, it's not a tutorial technically. It has 1,004K views. Like 1,000 views. Like what? Seriously? And like it makes sense. And this one, the old version, has like 900 views. And then there is the oh gosh, there's the Affinity Designer troubleshooting one that also has 1,000K views. So people like tutorials that are straight to the point, and this one does have jokes, but they're very mild and they're more focused on getting the thing done, especially for this because it's frustrating. There's also this tutorial that has 500 views on how to do PNG to mesh that I did. 500 views. It's like, geez, like, yeah, people like tutorials. They definitely do. So yeah, that's pretty much what I want to do. But in short form, because people get intimidated by tutorials. Also, I think I require to in order to be partnered, I need to do shorts and I need to have enough views for them. Also, welcome back, Pond Man. What I would do is not making it too attention grabbing, but also not too boring. Over editing in most cases make it less trustworthy, but too little editing won't stick as much. Yeah, from your experience. All right, then in that case, I will keep you guys' advice in mind. Like, I can be a little crazy, but not too crazy. Balance silliness and seriousness. A challenge you can, but it can be doable. It's hard to take a clown seriously, so I would have to make it funny. It makes sense. Hawaiian Punch is awful, man. How the hell is your drink dry? Yes! Oh my god. Am I remembering it correctly? Or did it have something that I felt something left behind after I drank the Hawaiian? Why did that happen? By the way, I have made YouTube shorts based on my 3 years of YouTube, where I separate each artist with their own short. Based on my 3 years on YouTube, where I separate each artist with their own short. That is so cool. Yeah. And how did that go? Like, I know that now you've been doing a lot of really awesome experiments, and they're working. Like, they're genuinely working. I'm very excited with the way Julius has grown his channel, and also Waffles is building up. You guys are building up your own stuff, and that makes me very happy. Oh boy. But yeah, I think now it's my turn to start making these shorts. What else can I add for, because I don't think line is that I mean, it is extremely important, but mostly for beginners that are this line thing is mostly a disclaimer, because every time that I see, oh, I don't get it right, and I look at the way they're drawing, they're like stabbing the paper, and I'm like, you know, you should learn how to caress the paper with that pencil. For example, I duplicate my main video project 12 times and cut down parts that goes over the 3-minute mark. Not that you specifically need 3 minutes for a YouTube short, by the way. I think the minimum is like a minute, right? Oh yes, update on my music. I have absolutely nothing. I thought you had something. That's what the update is for, right? I think I got a cool chord progression, but the melody I made for it is very mild. It's fine. You'll get it. But that's funny. Update. I've done nothing. Nah, you got this, Waffles. Oh yeah. Because when it comes to working with line art, it's mostly just a quick disclaimer to move on, and then we can just start with shapes, basic shapes, and perhaps even perspective. I was thinking, now that you're mentioning that, Julius, I was thinking to myself, what if I make a very long video with all of the shorts combined, but they can be separated into different shorts? So I can have the shorts, and then I can have the full tutorial that is more combined, one script with the other. So I could make like a big essay that combines everything, but every 3 minutes it goes over a single topic, and then it moves on to the next one. And it can have like an intro and outro that says that is focusing more on, oh, you can just focus on these tutorials and that tutorial, and you can look up this on the tutorial, blah blah blah. But then I can make like a, I don't know how long it would be. It will have to be more than 8 minutes long for it to be like a legible big video. But yeah, I was thinking of combining all the shorts that I make. Once I finish all the shorts, I'll just find ways to stitch them together. Been writing a script for a video I'm working on, and I'm just now realizing I'm probably going to have to learn a bit more about editing. I'm going to make this video a banger, god dang it. Yeah, you got it. Video editing takes a while to understand, and I recommend DaVinci Resolve is the one that I use, and the one that I have found that has great quality, and it's very easy to learn, especially when you go look into YouTube tutorials. It'll give you some kickbacks, but the troubleshooting works to the point that now I don't have any problems. But there are things on the settings that you should look up. When it gives you an error, look up the error itself, and there's most likely videos about it. I have saved every troubleshooting video that I have needed on my playlist. Like, if you guys go into the playlist section of my channel, right? Playlists. And then you go check out, where is it? DaVinci Resolve tutorials I found. It's gotta be here somewhere. Moho. Oh, here it is. DaVinci Resolve tutorials that I found. Not that I made, that I found. If I go and click here and I see the list, there's even troubleshooting stuff that have happened to me. And I'm like, oh, that was helpful. Thank you. And then I click it and there you go. Oh, Keegan is live. I've been Lethal. I've been the company. Oh, he's playing Lethal Company? That is so cool. Yeah, that can work. You can even link the main video with each YouTube short. If anyone using a iPad, I recommend VN Video Editor for video editing. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that one existed. VN Video. Interesting. Oh, it's on the Apple Store. How does it look? Oh, this looks nice. Okay. Good reference, Julius. Thank you. I mean, I don't use any Apple products at all, but it's good to know that these things exist. If you have recommendations like this, you can put it on the server, on the resources section. That's what it's for. Like if I go here and frigging, where is it? Here it is, window capture. Like if I go into the channel and then I go into resources, and then there is like a section that has to do with video editing, I think it is. Blender resources, multi-purpose 3D, models, Discord, sales, software and websites. Oh, there's no video editing stuff here. Well, you can make your own. It's kind of like what 𝐒𝐫𝐢𝐭𝐬𝐧𝑠 did. You know, 𝐒𝐿earns did music for streaming, and I'm going to, did I edit it what I was using? No, this is the tutorials collection, which is weird that it's here. Am I on the wrong thing? Oh no, this is software and websites. I'm going for music. There you go. Yeah, so 𝐒𝐿earns made their own, her own post, and this is like, we can start putting music for stream here. And then you can do the same thing if you have assets for learning how to do video editing on whatever. Yeah. The point is basically that, is to share resources and assets and stuff. Let me turn that off there. There you go. You'll probably need to make a video about it soon. Yeah. Let's see. Let's bring it back here. Before we draw the actual fundamentals, I want to discuss the one most accessible art tool that ever was, and that glues and holds most art together. And then we can move on to like the straight lines, patterns, line weight. I'll put VM Video Editor website on the software and websites till a video editing one is made. You can make your own. Again, the library is for you to create. This library is built by you guys. I am starting because these are all the things I think about, but it doesn't mean that you can't make your own. That's the point. The point is that you provide something and then you can like put everything you have there. So if you have resources for something and there is no category for it, make it. That's the point. And that's where the fun is, right? That's where everybody contributes to it. I'm putting the start, and you guys are just continuing it. And if you have tutorials, you can put them here on the server library. You see? Server library is for information. Art resources is for software, websites, assets, you know, tools, and stuff that, and information goes into the library. You see, that's why I put them separate. I put the studying part apart from the tools and mechanisms. They're different. Yeah. Okay, so straight lines. Okay, worked on a little bit of music and randomly just came up with something. Not sure it will work. Wish me luck. You don't need it. By working on music, I'm just planning the chord progression and just humming random stuff. That's how it works. And if anything, you can edit your own voice in a bunch of sounds that you create and record and play with that. You know, the universe is your instrument. Because sometimes you're the one that has the beat, and then you just have to interpret that into whatever you're making. You don't have to actually manually edit it. Well, I'm busy with uploading VODs for my friends, so I'll add the library at video editing soon. No problem. Nah, it's whenever you can or whenever you need. It's okay. It's not going anywhere. Straight lines. Make the exercise. I have to learn to write this. Exercise. Make exercise. The same thing with this. Man, this new keyboard is weird. It's so tiny for my big hands. Line weight. These are all practices, but I think the thing that can start the conversation would be the tools. Yeah, that is I think the first topic. I'm tackling like the pencil as a topic because of the topic of AI saying like, oh, it's inaccessible, and it's like, no, you got pencils, right? No, but it's too hard. No, let me show you. This is how easy it is. I don't think I'm going to tackle that. It's just that there is this tip that with charcoal, you can defuminate. Instead of using your finger, you can use a paper towel. And that way, it's like a nice dry way to do it. And you can erase. So, but for now, I'm going, because we're not touching on shading and I don't want to mix disciplines. I'll go back to that later. It's just that I want to make a point that you can practice fundamentals separately. It's like, oh, but the ball's not perfect. And it's like, are you practicing making circles? No. Then don't care about that. Move on. Because some people practice and they make a face and they're practicing multiple things at the same time. And it's like, no, 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 no. Just focus on the anatomy. Do not focus on shading the anatomy. We're not doing that right now. You can do it later. That way you simplify the exercise and make it more streamlined. And this is one of them. This is one of the cases where I'm trying to tell that I want to keep it there so then I can improve it, the script later, and say like, yeah, this is the point I want you to make. I want you to talk about the fact that we tackle things separately. And because of that, that tip about the diffumination, I'm going to leave it for when we're actually talking about shading. In this case, when it comes to line quality, I want to talk about how you hold the pencil, how you caress the paper with the pencil, and how can you use other pencils just to get a darker result. Because if you push down with an H pencil, you're going to get like mostly like this silvery shine. You know, it has lead on it, I think. Or is it lead or is it wax? I'm not sure. Like it has like this silvery tone to it. But when it's just compact charcoal, it liberates a lot easier. It's more brittle, but it's a lot darker. But at the same time, it's a lot messier. You know, so it's a give and take. Do you want your charcoal very packed, but it will not give you a darker result? Or do you want a very dark result, but it will be very brittle and you'll have to be careful with it? Or you might as well just buy a bar of charcoal. Those things are pretty cool. They're quite easy to come by, and there's few ways to mess with them. This keyboard is so tiny. Oh, speaking about hands, what do you guys think about the schedule? Do you saw anything funny with the schedule? Did you guys notice something fascinating about the schedule? Oh well, hang on. Where's this going? Ah, everything's falling apart. Just move it up. Man, I have terrible cable management here. But where is it? Here it is. Does it work? What is this? Oh my god. It's working. Yeah. Yeah, man. Hand cam. You just noticed it. Woo! If only I turned this thing around. Man, this is crazy. Say hello to yourselves, Chad. How are you? Oh man, look at that. Fascinating, isn't it? Oh! Ah! Oh my goodness gracious. Hello world. Yeah, I'm excited. Oh yeah, this is the keyboard I got. It's really tiny. Look at my hand. Look how big it is. And look at the tiny thing. Look at the tiny little thing. versus my old one that's a lot bigger and longer. Oh my god, I'm looking at my phone right now. Hang on. See? Look at my phone. I can see myself looking at myself, looking at yourself. Hello! Look at Swagoo. That is so cool. Of course it's cool. Focus. 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 Why won't it focus? How did you set that up? I just looked at I just bought this on Best Buy. Right? So I found this Logitech one. It's really, it was like what, 30 bucks? It was like just 30 bucks, and it just combines with just USB cable. And then on the OBS there is a one to detect actually let me bring it up to you guys so you guys can see. So this is my sources. I don't know if you guys can see proper quality with this, but you see all these sources, and the first thing that I got here is the webcam. Let me find the setup, the settings. Yeah, there it is. Whoa, crazy. It just detects the webcam, and that's it. I just hit OK, and we're down to clown. It's a pretty easy setup. I tried to do like webcam with my camera, but the camera just burnt to ashes. You know, I could feel it just going hot in only like 5 minutes, and I'm like, this is not viable. I need to buy a, you know, one of these. Oh, I like to play with this. This is a problem. It's so responsive too. Okay, so webcam. Yeah, pretty much. Just go to Best Buy, get like a $30 one. This one apparently goes for 30 frames per second. Focus. Focus. Focus on the numbers. Come on. God, I hate it when cameras don't have manual focus. Okay, so it won't focus. This is 720p camera. It's not like 1080, like a 1080p. It's not that, but at least it had 30 frames per second, which is more than enough, I guess. The other one costed like 40 or 80 bucks, and I'm like, I'm poor, so anyway, that's enough showing off for the day. I don't want this thing to just trip and then suddenly I get doxxed. I don't want none of that. But yeah, you had to manually focus it, silly goober. Where? How? What mechanism does it have? Hang on, what is this? God, I don't want to break it already on accident by just poking it where I shouldn't. No, not here. There is just no there's no UI for this. You just plug and play. Again, this is like a very just normal and cheap webcam. There's very little information on how to use this. Or at least not in here on the instructions. Works with Windows, blah blah blah. Widescreen HD video calls. Oh, apparently it has a mic too. Weird. But I have a mic already. You rotate the lens part slightly. Is that even possible? I can't touch the inside of it. Yeah, it's like a hole, and there's the camera. I can't just rotate the thing. It's not manual. That's what I mean. It's not an automatic. It's an automatic. It's not a manual camera. Otherwise, I would be very happy if I could do that. It's one of the things that I miss on photography. You know, the manualness of grabbing the lens and just bending it into shape that into the shape that I want. It's so good, but not this one, sadly. Yeah, but no, not this one, sadly. Yeah, it's weird. Even the mechanism to put it on the computer is very simple. It's just a hook. You hook it up on the computer and that's it. There is no like special tape or whatever. It's just hooked, aim, play. My one has that. Oh, I wish, man. I wish. But I couldn't find anything like that on Best Buy. It was just either the very expensive one or the $30 one. And I'm like, I don't have enough money. I'm just going to have one that is good enough. Because all that I want to do is just do something simple. I don't want to go crazy. We're on a budget here on the Fruit Troop channel. Oh boy. Madia. Oh god, line quality. Yeah, this is the topic. And the same thing with line confidence. I don't know how else to distinguish the grips. I think pen pressure is a combination of construction and line weight. Okay, so I'm going to start with this. Pencil and charcoal are quite easy to come by, and there's a few ways to mess up with them. What the actually let me see something. Yeah, what does it stand for? Hard and black. Got it. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Graphite grading scale explains. Yeah, there's the H pencils, then there's F, HB, and we normally use HB2 pencils on schools and stuff. Either HB or HB2. Then there goes B and onward. Lead grade swatches 9H to B9. Yeah. The first graphite grading scale is a numeric scale. Using this scale, the hardness of the core is often marked on the pencil. Look for the numbers such as 2, 1 to 2, and a half. The higher the number, the harder the writing core, and the lighter the mark left on the paper. As the pencil core becomes soft, through those of lower proportions of clay, it leaves a darker mark as it deposits more graphite material on the paper. Softer pencils will dull faster than hard pencils and require more frequent sharpening. True. HB graphite scale. The second graphite grading scale is known as HB scale. Most pencil manufacturers outside of the US use the scale, using the letter H to indicate a hard pencil. Likewise, a pencil marker might use the letter B to designate the blackness of the pencil's mark, indicating softer lead. There it is, a softer lead. The letter F is also used to indicate that the pencil sharpens to a fine point. Oh, so it's like a medium thing where it's like, yeah, it's hard, but it's not too hard. It can actually bend and be carved to something really pointy. Have you tried Obsidian to write? Hello, Stario. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Happy to see you. But man, Obsidian to write would be crazy. If anything, because it's one of the sharpest materials when it's broken. It's glass. It's a type of glass. So you can't really draw with it unless you're leaving very sharpened marks on a surface. And it's brittle, so I don't think it will last at all. It's unlike the obsidian in Minecraft, which is indestructible. Okay, graphite scale comparisons. Generally, an HB grade about the middle of the scale is considered to be equivalent to a number 2 pencil using the US numbering system. In reality, however, there is no specific industry standard for the darkest of the mark to be left with the HB or any other hard grade scale. Thus, a number 2 or HB pencil from one brand will not necessarily leave the same mark as a number 2 or HB pencil from another brand. Most pencil manufacturers set their own internal standards of the graphite hardness, grades, and overall quality of the core. Some differences are regional. In Japan, consumers tend to prefer softer, darker leads, so an HB lead produced in Japan is generally softer and darker than an HB from European producers. Finding that what works best in your own artistic and writing needs is generally a matter of personal preference and experimentation with different brands of pencils. That is a very good way to say it. Yes. No, I meant Obsidian, the writing app. Oh, yeah. I have it. I'm still learning how to use it. But I have heard of Obsidian. Yeah. It really helps me put everything together. But so far, I am not yet mastered it. I've not yet mastered its complexity, its girth, which I recommend you guys, now that Stario says it, I recommend you guys check out Obsidian. It's such a cool software, dude. It really does help put information together. You know, let me see if I can hype this up. Oh wait, I was looking for something. Because this is where I found it. Where is it? Ah, here it is. This guy's campaign notes are crazy, dude. Because they get surprised that he remembers everything from the campaign, and it's because there's connections he made and he saves everything. Oh, season 6, the character Rupert, there's information on the character, and there's then information that connects to one thing into another, into another thing, into another thing, and this is their whole campaign. When I saw this, I fell in love. Obsidian is an amazing way for you to organize information. Oh, geez, man. Jesus, that's much for a campaign. Yep. I mean, I saw somewhere that it's season 6, so they're probably having some fun. But yeah, the point is that every single circle is a data point that you create, and you have like standards in the corner, and then you can have multiple colors and tags, and you can connect one thing to another. You can even reference things, like for example, if I am talking about this channel, I'm saying Deuce's channel is visited by multiple people such as Julius Cartoonist, and the word Julius Cartoonist is a link that you click it and it leads to another bubble in the document that has information on Julius. Julius Cartoonist is this artist that has this channel and is friends with this other person, and that other person also has a link, and you can go into a rabbit hole that way, or you can loop around back into my channel, and then it's great. Everything, the connections are crazy. It's really good for world building and book writing. Yeah, I saw it, I noticed it, I am in love with it. I have no idea how to use it yet, but I want to learn. I even send it on the Discord server, by the way, in one of the resources, I think. Where is it? Hang on, yeah, on one of the resources, art resources. Did I make a writing portion? Well, there is a D&D thing, right? Yeah, the TTRPG and resources. And one of the things that I put down is Obsidian. I put in the video. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hang on. Where's Discord? Window capture. There we go. So, yeah, on the TTRPG and assets resources, I put in that video that you guys saw and a few videos on how to use it, because I'm excited to learn. But yeah, it's now resources you guys have access to. I'm back again, and it sounded okay. I tried to write some basic lyrics, ended up just trying to complicate the whole thing, but I'm not sure what to do. I mean, it's good that it's complicated at first, and then you can just filter it into a specific concrete point. Kind of like what I'm doing now. I'm generalizing, I'm opening up to a lot of ideas, and then I'm focusing it all, I'm funneling it into a point. Oh, I might use that since I have plans for projects that contain world building. Yes, please. Like, it's a little bit hard to use, but it's worth it. It's really worth it. I knew someone that used this for studying. It's very cool. Yeah. Nah, it's really good. One day, I have a friend that is used. No, wait. You guys know him? JC Thorn. You know, Thorn that visits us on chat. He's a friend that I know in real life, and we talk a lot, and he's using it for his series. I am excited. The thing is that he shows me all his ideas, and he has like a notes app, and he scrolls like for 2 minutes of scrolling, and he has so much lore written on his story. It's amazing, and everything connects so well, and I'm like, dude, I just found something, and nah. I'm happy I learned about Obsidian, but I'm not using it yet, because yeah, we would be here all stream just doing that. Okay, so a quick point on one of the most accessible tools there exists. Pencil and charcoal are quite easy to come by, and here's a few ways, and there's few ways to mess up with them. Traditionally, you have these types of pencils displayed. What was it? Carbon? Or charcoal? Oh, whoops. What was I looking for? Ah, here it is. Yeah, I want to go back to that website. What was it? Graphite grading. There it is. Let me just find it where it is. Graphite. Yeah, it's not charcoal. My bad. I mean, you can draw with anything, but yeah, that's what that is. Pencil and graphite are quite easy to come by. If you traditionally, you have these types of pencils. The H represents the hardness. let's see. The H represents the hardness. The graphite is compressed. And it leaves lighter marks. The hair, the number next to it. What, double L? Metallic? Is that why you're... Okay. Metallic stain on the page. And in contrast are the B pencils, which are softer, leaving... plain black remarks. And being more brittle when pressed. How are y'all doing? So far so good. I'm just having some fun. I am enjoying myself with this software, LibreOffice. It's a good replacement for Office itself, you know, Word, Excel, PowerPoint. This is it, dude. Like, it doesn't have all the fancy features, but it's free, it's open source. You guys can have LibreOffice. Which is what I recommend here. This is what I'm using for this. Sorry, yawning. Oh man, today was weird. I was having my morning stroll, right? And it was raining and sunny at the same time. It was on and off, on and off, on and off. Thankfully, I brought the laundry down when I made it home and, you know, no casualties. Now it can rain as much as it wants. I will not cry about it. Man, it always has to do when I go and do laundry that it starts raining. And any other day, it's hot. It's like sun directly, like a deadly laser, which is what it is. I can see all of this very fast and it will work out. I could even do like a hand cam to represent it and have some footage of that. I set up the hand cam for Thursday because I have no idea how I'm going to set it up. I want to plan like a nice, you know, I want to clean up my desk and make it presentable. I'm excited for that at least. I think now I can just bring this up here and talk about oh wait, this is when I make the shading video, then I can put like an annotation or something. Or in the description, I can just put it there. I can just put a to be aired next to it. Let's see. For drawing, I recommend a normal 2B and HB2 pencil for line art, and graphite bar or B pencil to shade. I would want to say I will do it tomorrow, but tomorrow is school and I will be paranoid the whole day wanting to actually make progress. And to be honest, it's very frustrating having weeks off of nothing, but hey, with patience, ideas will come. Yeah, exactly. And I would make use of the tools you might have on your phone. I record myself and send messages to myself on like Facebook Messenger, right? I don't use Facebook, but I have like Messenger. So I use that a lot. I use it to talk to friends and chat, but I have an account that I never use. And its sole purpose is to make a chat bubble that is personal for me, so I can send messages to myself. And in doing so, I have music, I have beats that I have recorded, and it's like I start beatboxing them and whatever, and they sound terrible. But I feel at the moment that, wow, this is a really nice beat. This is a really nice pattern. I don't want to lose it, so I record it, and they're just waiting there to be used at some point. I'm not a musician, but in the heat of the moment, I have a way to record the information. And yeah, I recommend you use that. Or just always have pencil and paper ready, so then you can start writing things if you gain a thing of inspiration. Or send yourself a voice message with the lyrics. I don't know. Like, the sky's the limit at this point. We live in the 21st century. Oh yeah, I record everything, which does help. Yeah, exactly. And then the rest is just intuition. Also, it could be nice that you can record your own sound gallery. Like, you can just go around and record. Of course, your microphone's not going to be perfect, but something's better than nothing. It might help you with also audio editing too, which is a different skill. Close my eyes for 1 second. Now, there's two ways you can use a pencil: writing grip and spread grip. Is it with a C? Precise? Yeah, it is. Swapped. Got it. Writing grip is good for short strokes and precise detailing. We all normally draw this way, and it's limited by the range. I wanted to actually record the clean audio on one of those old phones I told you I had, and then put that recording back into the computer and have a horrible sounding audio quality I can't play with. I'm just working on 𝐒𝐫𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐧𝐠 Starco. Horrible, I mean nostalgic, since it does have the nice crunch ECFX. That is really fascinating. And very good that Julius is working on his own thing on the side. That's what I like. This is a work session. We're all working here. Every day I draw something based loosely on Storm Myth 𝐒𝐫𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐧𝐠 2025. Prompt like different gender and species. What is a character? What if a character was working in a coffee shop, etc. Oh, so you're putting on twists on these characters. Oh, that's sweet. I like the one where, yeah, I think it was one of the first ones you did where that character was like a maid, I think, or a coffee shop owner. Why do I have 3 notifications? B, Die, and Yuririn. Oh, is it like anime day that she's watching anime with people? Oh man. She moved it to Monday. Anime Monday or something? I'll also be working on a full video based on 𝐒𝐫𝐢𝐴𝐵𝐿𝐴. Hope I can get it done before or during Halloween. I see. Well, that is if you manage to finish it right as you're making it, you know, because then you can put an intro and outro, and then all you have to do is start making small recordings for each drawing, right? Or short explanations, and then you can make the full video. And there's going to be 31 days of October, right? So you'll have 31 minutes, not to mention intro and outro, so maybe let's say 32 minutes of a full video, unless you do 2 parts. That way you can have 15 and 15. I don't know. But either way, a video on that sounds good. That character from day 2, Coffee Shop AU, is my OC named Pembe. There it is. That's the one. That was a really cute style. No, not line weight. It's limited by the range of the wrists. Now, spread gray uses the side of the pencil. Why did I fall asleep there for a second? Make a thick graphite. And we're gonna view prompts at once and writing down each prompt is about. I'll go full detail on my upcoming video. Can't wait. That is exciting. Yeah, because you're putting every single time you post an image, a drawing, I see that you put a description underneath. So I imagine that you're going to use that for the full video. It's good. Let's see. This is the side of the pencil to make a thicker stroke of the graphite. Oh, I'm using the wrong keyboard. It liberates your wrist range to now use your full arm. This grip works best for large pages and murals. Yo, Wimpy Jim, how are you? Welcome here. Welcome. Yes, and I'll be explaining it in that video. Yeah. How you doing, Wimpy? We're just writing down our thoughts. I want to make this tutorial starting off with making lines, proper lines, and bringing up exercises that allow you to focus on trying to make patterns, trying to make straight lines, managing your line weight, sorry, lightweight. We're not a working out stream here. Not today. This grip works best for large pages and murals. I recommend the whole graphite bar in your hand for even wider coverage. Yo, local YouTuber, welcome back. How are you doing? Oops, wrong keyboard again. Had a sudden nap. That is good. I almost fell asleep again. You guys saw it when I was like... You could tell that I snoozed up for a second. Once you... What is with me? That's a bad habit. Once you have your tools, we can begin the exercises. Okay, let me think about this for a second. I had a thought. Here comes a thought. School? Aw, man! You're trapped! You're trapped, local! Why? I'm gonna be Doom on Halloween. Yo! So you got a suit and everything? What are you gonna use? Are you going to actually make it, or are you gonna buy it? Because the first thing that just came to mind was just a bunch of shoe boxes repurposed. And a gun. Made out of cardboard boxes too. More shoes. What did I do? No, I'm asking what will you do? Because you mentioned that you're going to dress up as Doom for Halloween. So I'm questioning like if you are going to buy a costume or you're gonna make it. Because some people are very crafty. Like I like seeing disguises and suits. I love frigging Comic-Con cosplays. It's so cool. No wait, I'm going to be a faceless top hat wizard. Forgot. Oh, got it. How are you gonna become faceless? Are you gonna put like an elastic sock on your face? That's a really quick way to be faceless and be able to see at the same time. It's really creepy, but it works. Delete the extra one. There's an extra one? Yeah, there we go. Firstly, be aware how strong you press the pencil against the page. When you draw, we first make construction lines. These are meant to be erased later. You may use a higher H pencil. Alright, let's see. Spirit Halloween is scary for me. I can hear that keyboard, Mr. Bat. Yeah, it is in a way intentional, because that's what they said. They said that they can hear that clickety clackety. But you know, leaving it in. If it's not too disturbing, if it's too much, then I'll find a way. I feel like your full YouTube name would be 𝐬𝐶 𝐵 B standing for bat, of course. Oh, I never thought of that actually. I am quite fond of your Spantom Deltarune. Really? Also, hello, King Henry the 8th. Welcome in. How are you doing? I tried. Trying to voice all the characters in Deltarune is so hard. Spanton! Geez, Spanton! Yeah! It was difficult. Playing Terraria right now. Awesome! I'm happy to hear that. I have the game, never played, so I'm curious. I'm more of a Minecraft guy though, but I'm willing to try it at least once. I have seen gameplay of Terraria. It's pretty cool. My LC is gonna be a Homestuck troll. I mean, I noticed the profile picture. And apparently it's coming back because of that one animation pilot. I haven't seen it, but I hear it's everywhere. Or at least I see the thumbnails everywhere. Okay, let's see. Once you have your tools, we can begin the exercises. Firstly, be aware on how strong you press the pencil against the page. When we draw, we first make construction lines. These are meant to be erased later, replaced by more confident and smoother lines. You may use a higher H pencil or the standard HB. Just keep in mind depending on the pencil, it's best to softly and gently caress the page than it is to press so you can erase the mark. Don't worry, it's common for people to not have that dexterity developed yet. Let's see, my old season, Wait, what? Toby Fox, the guy who made Deltarune, is John Egbert. That's his name? How? What happened? What happened what? Someone made KFC in their bedroom. I mean, there was a console. There was a console that was meant to double as a chicken warmer. Crazy. Freaking KFC with their ideas. Also, how are you, Lum? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Nothing happened. I'm just here writing. Let's see. Just keep in mind, depending on the pencil, it's best to softly and gently caress the page than it is to press the pencil tip so hard you can't erase the mark of the page. Don't worry, It is common for some people to not have that dexterity developed yet. Most people use a writing grip from school. And page cleanliness is not something we consider. No, what Homestuck thing? The pilot. Pilot? 𝐕𝐫𝐢 made a Homestuck pilot. It's on YouTube. Oh, it was from 𝐕𝐫𝐢? I didn't know that. I didn't know it was from her. I just knew that someone made a pilot for like a Homestuck short. Or something. I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's going to be like a full-on series because okay, so full disclaimer. I have nothing in my head about Homestuck. I don't know anything about it. I have not a single clue, and all I hear is that it's very convoluted in terms of lore. So I don't know if they're going to shorten it, make it into a funny series, or if they're going to do the full thing. Which, you know, it's a I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. But wow, 𝐕𝐫𝐢, so it's probably a big. I showed Luke. Speaking about looking, let me go get some water. I ran out. I ran out of water. I ran out of water. I'm gonna get more water. Maybe I'm gonna get some grapes. Because I want more grapes. And I wanna get some grapes. Woo! Very cloudy. Pata negra, la pata negra. Nosotros somos la pata negra. Alright, I got some water and I got some grapes and I'm gonna eat these things and gonna not be hungry for the next 1.5 hours. I have heard of it, but I never tried to look more into it since there's so much stuff. Then again, I have read One Piece, so yeah. Yeah, I never knew where to start, which I assume the best place to start is just the beginning. But again, I have no context. And I never actually cared about Homestuck. I wasn't so into it that I was inspired to look into it. So either way, I'm down for spoilers. I'm not super into it, the fandom. I'm not like, oh man, I gotta see it. Nah, just tell me everything. Like what happened? What is this? What are we doing? Otherwise, you know, I'm just gonna be chill about it. It's not gonna be a thing I'm going to commit to. But I'm interested. Like, it's like, oh wow, new pilot, new animation, new short, you know? More people making shows. That's fun. That's always great, especially now in the indie scene. That's what we were talking about before, the whole AI thing. Corporations are gonna be terrible to work with, so the indie scene. That's where you're going to have new jobs and awesome perks, you know? At least if you want to become more professional, you know, you join a studio. And nowadays the big studios are they're compromised. Cartoon Network's gone and everything else is just so meh. Alright, let's see. Let me just align my mic to my new position. I'm kind of just chilling here, man. The sky is cloudy. I just noticed. I looked up outside. It's so cloudy and chill. I'm having like white grapes, cup of water, and I'm just here all cozy on the chair. Today is great. I'm an animator, and it's just slideshow animating. Oh, okay, so it's not like full-on frame-by-frame animation 2D, right? That said, I thought, you know, it's 𝐕𝐫𝐲𝐵. 𝐕𝐫𝐲𝐵's an amazing animator, or at least I knew her as one back in the day. I don't know if she still is. I don't know. I don't watch Hell of a Boss, and I don't want to. I don't know. So, I mean, so far it looks okay, right? So it's interesting that she wouldn't, unless she's trying to do like a South Park thing. Again, I have no context. I haven't seen it. I still ACK? What does that mean? You mean act? I still act? Kind of like with the memes where you vanish and scream. Ah! I think that's... Yeah, we got it. Just keep in mind, depending on the pencil, it's best to softly and gently caress the page. Just to press the tip so hard you can erase the page. Did I erase something? Is that how you write it? Etched? Well, it doesn't give me anything, so I'll keep it that way. I still occasionally think about her. I tried helping her, but it was all furnacing and aside all.
Local YouTuber, Spooky, wrote what's the voice command?
There it is. But it was all functioning, underside and all. I still miss her Ender chest Minecraft pun, by the way. I've been single for so long. What are you talking about? Are you talking about Vivs? One thing I have heard about the Homestuck pilot is that it's way too fast paced. Remain I haven't watched the pilot, just heard the people say, oh, I see. I did feel that it was a very small
Local
project.
YouTuber, Spooky. Wrote LOL.
There it is. Also, hello, Grim. Welcome. How you doing? How are ya? How are ya? And yeah, guys, the voice command is working. You guys can just chat it up. There's a few filters, so hopefully nothing weird comes out. But yeah, you guys are allowed to just speak. Remainder. Oh, I see. Oh, reminder. Okay, because there is no I, there's no A
Local YouTuber,
there.
Spooky. Wrote hello a familiar Grim.
There it is. But, yeah, you haven't watched it and stuff. But yeah, me neither. I haven't seen 𝐕vzipop's content in a long time. I used to like her smaller animations, and then she went out to do like Hello Boss and the hotel thing, which I haven't seen, and I honestly don't want to. But so far, the animation looks okay. I don't know what people are talking about. Oh. Because
Local
probably my
YouTuber,
mic is
Spooky.
picking it up.
Wrote why am I echoing?
Because it probably... It's picking it up. Hang on. Oh no, that's you guys. How do I lower it for myself? Oh yeah! Volume mixer. There it is. Okay, so now I'm gonna lower... There you go. Try it again. You should not be echoing now. It's not really your type of show based on what we've talked about, but the animation is good. Yeah, that's what I mean, the animation itself. The animation to me has so far been pretty good. So, I assume that... But do you think that it's the type of animation that flies really
Local
fast?
YouTuber,
Because apparently...
Wrote I should play Geometry Dash.
You should. But apparently the animation is pretty fast paced, so something... Because apparently the Homestuck pilot goes pretty fast. Apparently, allegedly, I haven't seen it. Better go sleep in a bit. See y'all. Okay, King Henry. Have a good one, and thanks for joining, even if it was for a second. I'm really happy to have seen you. By the way, Local, did you hear an echoing this time, or is everything okay? I lowered my audio in my headphones, because I have my headphones off my ears. I can only hear it. So
Local
yeah, probably
YouTuber,
it's fine.
Spooky. Wrote by King Henry VIII.
It's probably not detecting it, which is good. I can hear it very faintly. Or you know, I could just put them on. Yeah, it's fine. Good.
Local YouTuber, Spooky. Wrote yeah, it's fine.
Good. You may... Once you have your tools, we can begin the exercises. Firstly, be aware of how strong you press the pencil against the page. When we draw, we first make construction lines. These are meant to be erased later, replaced by more confident and darker lines. You may use a higher H pencil or the standard HB. Just keep in... There you go. Just keep in mind, depending on the pencil, it is best to softly and gently caress the page than it is to press the pencil tip so hard that you can erase the mark of the page. It is common for beginners to be used to a writing grip because of school and I'm considering keeping the page unetched.
Local YouTuber, Spooky. Wrote what were your English grades 𝐒𝐫𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐧𝐠?
I'm not sure. I'm not the best at English. The same thing with Spanish. Like, I speak them, I write, but I don't write them very well. Are you going to attach TTS of some kind? What? Hang on. Homestuck is probably better described as D&D campaign or a creation myth. Maybe both? It's very silly. Ah, I see. Are you going to attach a text-to-speech being of some kind? You mean on the short? Probably I will put in subtitles that I created myself.
Local YouTuber, Spooky. Wrote Estoy bienvenida, I think.
All of you are very welcome. Yes. At least if that's what you meant. Because you said, I am very welcomed, I think. Bienvenida, with an A, is also for female. So it implies you're a girl. Just keep that in mind. Because some people... Some people say estoy motivado, for example. And with an O, implies male. So it implies that I'm a guy saying that I am motivated. And then girls say estoy motivado, and it's like, no, in your case it will be motivada. Lady, A.
Wrote, see? It's beginning to feel a lot more spooky every evening night. You can feel a shriek in the wind and it makes feel the ick. And begins to terrify. Local YouTuber, Spooky. Wrote me no hablo español.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it. I'm confused though. What do you mean by attaching a text-to-speech being of some kind? If you mean like for the video, no, I'm going to say these things. Or at least I'm going to act them out, right? Because I want to be more friendly than just like a strict thing talking. But again, the tone, I'll figure it out later once I have everything laid out. And I feel that all the information has been spoken. And then I can go into the section where it's just the example.
Local YouTuber, Spooky. Wrote a robot PNG next to you talking when the TDS bot talks.
A robot PNG next to you talking when the... Oh, that's not a bad idea. No, for the speech thing on YouTube is using... I don't even know how that would work. Huh. Like, it's not a bad idea at all. Call me local? Okay. I'll try to remember. Oh, by the way, I cannot help what the text-to-speech calls you, by the way. It just says your full username, and then it says the thing. The only thing I can toggle is whether or not it says your name. But yeah, I'll try to call you local. It's kind of like Ryuken instead of... What was it? Something Goku? I forgot. Royal Anime. Yeah, Royal Anime wants to be called Ryuken instead, so I'm trying to remember that. Like, it's mental work, but I'll try. Yeah, I was wondering if this was a practice for it. If this was practice for this. Oh, no. Like, this is for the shorts. We're making shorts, right, for tutorials on drawing. and I want to make the script for it, and you know, I'm just trying to see if this is good,
Local
if I need to add
YouTuber,
something.
Wrote yummy cinnamon toast crunch.
Oof. I've never actually tried cinnamon toast crunch. Is it good? But yeah, I want to write the script and see if you guys have any input. It's like, oh yeah, I would add this because this is what I learned when making lines, or this is part of the fundamentals that I need to practice. This is what's good, this is too much. And then we can start cutting. Right now I'm putting all the information on the paper, and then we can start cutting it. I'm gonna time myself. I'm going to read it once and I'm gonna time it. Because there should be very
Local
few
YouTuber,
instructions.
Spooky.
Mhm.
Wrote very good.
Oh, I see. Because I want to give the necessary instructions, and then after that I'm going to put in the actual exercises that we're going to plan out. In this case, keeping the line art straight and working on the patterns, not having the line art wobbly. Some tips and tricks to having a confident line and not a hairy one, because when we are not confident in our line art, we start scratch, 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 instead of one continuous flow. It is a hard skill to make a single stroke on a line, and us digital artists know that. It's like we make a swipe, we delete, we make a swipe, we delete, we make a swipe, we delete. But it's a lot better than hairy lines that it means indecision. You need to make a line that is confident and it's smooth and it has a purpose, even if it takes you a long time to get there. It's or like two lines, two swipes to get the right curve correct or something. It's a lot better than having a bunch of tiny stripes making a line. It's hairy lines just don't work. They're vague. You don't know what direction they're going. It's a mess. Now we begin with controlling your strokes to be straight. We're going to be making worksheets so people can follow digitally or print them and use them physically.
Regretfully mine. Wrote I am so trying this on stream.
Ooh, hello, Petals. Welcome. What are you trying on stream? The writing, the text to speech, or just writing on stream? My actual art is hairlines. I do the deleting when I make emotes. I see. Yeah. We start out that way. Everybody starts out that way. But it's very important that you start mastering a cleaner line, because that way you can see where it goes and you can define shapes better. Having a very blurry set of lines just it doesn't quite make something feel strong enough, or at least feel physical. But it is, again, it's a hard skill to do the thing. Following a proper art tutorial? Oh yeah. In a way, this is what I want. I want to make something simple. I want to make something that people can start off with, and even professionals can come back and start. But this is not going to be a be-all end-all tutorial set of series, because there are going to be multiple videos, multiple shorts. This is an excuse for me to make shorts, but at the same time, tutorials that actually have helped me. it is a starting point so that you can know what to look for in other tutorials. And I'm also dividing the disciplines, because a lot of people do an exercise and they want to cover perspective, shading, texturing. They want to cover what's the word? Proportions. They want to cover coloring at the same time, and it's like no. Values, hues. No. One thing at a time. You want to learn how to color? Just do the coloring only. Do not draw anything. Grab a bunch of paints and try to imitate a color you see on a picture. But grab a picture, point to a spot on the page and try to circle it and imitate the exact same hue as much as you can with just paints. That is a physical training that we had in high school and in college too. It's an essential thing so you can learn color mixing. And it is important that you do not get distracted by trying to do like 10 disciplines at once. So I'm making shorts on very different separate topics. This first topic is all about lines. And look at how much I'm thinking about with just lines. I haven't even started about talking about shapes even. This isn't about shapes at all. This is just about pencils and lines. Making freaking lines. That is it. If you're doing this physically, try that your pencil lines are soft enough you can erase to be erased and not and then we can have the worksheet there, which is something we can start making. We have line quality. No, we haven't talked about line quality.
Local YouTuber, Spooky, wrote, "I'm gonna report the longest video on YouTube so that way Google employees will have to watch the entire thing."
Oh my god, what is the longest YouTube video? Is it the one where it says the Shrek movie, but every time someone says B, the entire B movie plays? Or something like that? And then every time the B movie says something else, 𝐼𝐵 plays. I think I don't know if it was Film Theory or Game Theory that had something like that, that the video would be so long that it would take almost the entire age of the universe to finish. Like, it has multiple stacks of that. A bunch of macros that way. It's like, oh, every time someone says this word, this other movie plays, and so on and so forth. You know, like 3 layers of that. Make sure your lines are made with the least amount of strokes as possible. Something like this. I think this part belongs here. If you're making this physically, actually, that I already said that at the top. Reusable too. Next, try making darker lines with B pencils.
Local YouTuber, Spooky, wrote, should I make a joke YouTube art tutorial?
You can. I don't see why not. I mean, that sounds funny. I mean, there is like the one joke that it says, oh my god, what is it? Oh, how to draw an owl. Draw a circle, and then draw the rest of the owl. That's a funny joke, because that's how it looks like from the outside, right? When you don't know how to draw, and then suddenly the people make these masterpieces. You know, how did they do it? And to you, it just looks like they did what SpongeBob did, you know? They made a beautiful face, and then they start erasing backwards. And there you go, perfect circle. Actually, a point to make about freaking Mars erasers. There's like rubber erasers, and then there's erasers that can peel off.
Local YouTuber, Spooky. Wrote I would put a good eraser like the Mars brand helps a ton.
Yeah, I wanted to add like the Mars eraser, because there could be more, but I don't know. But yeah. A good eraser like the Mars brand. Yeah, oh, this part helps a ton. Okay, yeah, that perfect. Oh, and appropriate this part. An inappropriate eraser will smudge the page eventually.
Local YouTuber, Spooky. Wrote I would also talk like you've done this before, like you used to teach an art class with confidence.
Yeah, I need to have... Yeah, that's the part of the tone that I was talking about. Like, I want to be confident, but I also don't want to be boring. But that's something that I wanted to figure out next, after I finish. Because so far, now we begin with controlling your strokes to be straight. Draw a line from point A to point B, as you see on the diagram, which will be the worksheet we will make later. If you're doing this physically, try that your pencil lines are soft enough to be erased and not leave any trace left. Any trace behind, maybe. Makes the sheet reusable too. Next, try making darker lines with B pencils. Same as before. Make sure you leave
YouTuber,
as little...
Spooky. Wrote it's windy outside.
Is it? On my... Oh my, hang on. Oh my god, I think it's raining on my end. Hang on, I'm curious now. I'm curious. I love the rain, dude. Hang on. Let me just look. It feels that way. Woo! Woo! Oh, dude, it's raining cats and dogs out there. I'm so happy. I love it. Oh my god, you guys are watching only the erasers. Oops. Whoops. Oh, eraser picture, so good. My bad.
Smugalicious R. Wrote erasers, smiley face.
Erasers. Erasers. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Next, try making darker lines with B pencils, and same as before, make sure you leave as little marks as possible behind when you erase them. A good eraser like Mars brand helps a ton, and an appropriate eraser will smudge the page. I think I sound like I've done this before, right? It sounds sort of authoritative on the subject.
Local YouTuber, Spooky, wrote, I freaking hate it when someone says it's windy outside and then another person says is it, like it just ticks me off like a pet peeve.
Sorry. It's just that I am curious whether or not my end is also windy. So I'm looking like it's just like a nervous tick, you know? Like someone asks me here and it's like, oh, it's raining, and I'm just here because in my house, right, I don't have many windows. I have to open and make a few windows. I need to grab a hammer and make a few, right? It's just that my house floods easily, so we covered a lot of the windows, and we just put like that warpy glass so light comes in naturally. So looking outside is not as easy as it is, so I just have to lean and look far away into the next window that I have, and it's like, huh, hang on, let me check. It's just a natural thing that I do. I'm sorry. Okay, hang on. We're gonna just, I have to warn you, this is probably going to be the most boring review. Warning aside, I don't want anyone to try and claim an hour for the life of bags. Can you get into the objective thing now? I would also like to mention, I am well aware of the fact that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of artist erasers types out there in the world. I'm obviously unable to test. Yeah. Just go on. Just give me the different types, because I know that there's rubber, and then there's like a thing that when you erase, it flakes off. Like it absorbs the graphite and then it flakes off. So it's like a weird type of rubber, and then there's the very
Local
rubbery
YouTuber,
ones.
Spooky, wrote, I am the egg bot.
Not the egg bot. Whoa, it's Eggman. No, Sonic, I am the egg bot. This written review would be a little different from my usual type of written post. There's not much to say about individual erasers. I am going to the tier list. Oh, this already. Okay, so it's your list. I want to test the erasers on many dry mediums that require an eraser, and I didn't want to make the CZ first medium. Use graphite, obviously predictable medium erasers. I choose 2B rather than most popular because this is a test for artists and not a classroom or office setting. This is good. Okay. Most art sketching will be used the software 2B graphite, easy removal when needed. As with all the mediums in this test, I applied a single light layer and then a heavy layer. The heavy layer was applied using medium having pressure. Okay, this is important. I think I didn't specify that the line should still be light, even if the line will be darker. Let me say darker lines. Wrong one. There you go. That makes a little more sense. Video 4, the mighty circle. Video 5, shadow and light. Actually, I don't think I'm going to go that way. at least for video 2, I'm not going to talk about supplies. Because this is more of a digital thing, but at the same time, I'm talking about lines and how accessible and easy it is for you to start doing lines. And after that, it's just the fundamentals. I think part 2 is just we're going to jump into shapes, and no matter what you use, whether it's digital or pencil, it does not matter from that moment on. But this is why lesson 1 is pencils, because that way the people that are traditional can follow along. And the people that are digital, I'm just going to talk
YouTuber,
about very simple
Spooky.
things.
Wrote I would follow these.
Yeah, because that's the kind of the natural progression, isn't it? But yeah, on part 2, I'm just gonna move away from traditional, because by lesson 1, people will already be equipped to follow the rest of the tutorials that will be mainly digital, but will also, you know, on lesson 1, you already have like, oh, by the way, if you're doing this physically, I recommend these settings. And every time that there is something like in shading that requires you to pay attention of it traditionally, I can always say like, if you want to imitate this effect traditionally, you can use these techniques, or for example, diffumination. Instead of using a feather brush, like in, you know, on freaking Clip Studio, you grab a feather brush and you have like a blurry edge, so yeah, you can be very blurry. In real life, what you would do is either have a blowgun that sprays on the paint or the graphite, or you can put a line of graphite lightly and then grab a paper towel and then rub it on the page where you want it. Do not use your fingers. This is a common thing that people do, and I used to do, but you have sweat, dirt, and oils on your hand. I don't care how much you wash them. It is not a reliable method. I recommend that if you want to use your fingers, put a paper towel on it, like a thin layer of it on your hand taped, and then you can use that to kind of feather it around and stuff. The control of the finger with the power of
Local
the
YouTuber,
dryness of the
Spooky.
paper towel.
Wrote gotta tell my mom a story real quick.
Okay. Okay, now I've cleared that out about. Next, try making darker lines with a similar gentle stroke, meaning you will need to use B pencils. Same as before, make sure you will leave as little marks as possible behind when you erase them. Now, about the good erasers. What are good erasers made of? You see, this is pretty good. Most artist sketching would use 2B graphite grade for easy removal when needed. As with the mediums I test, applied a thin layer, a heavier layer, and a layer applied using medium heavy pressure. Second medium used was color pencil. However, I decided the Prismacolor for this was the softest core color pencil. Prismacolor pencils are pretty good, but they're pretty hard to remove with a normal pencil. I mean, eraser, if I remember. Notoriously difficult pigment to remove once applied. Yeah, there it is. The third medium I applied was pastel pencil. Oh, a pastel pencil? I didn't know those were a thing. I knew about the pastel bars, but I didn't know they came in pencils. They are chalkier. Oh, but you're using the chalkier ones. Okay, so you're not using... Yeah, it makes sense because the oil pastels are the ones that I used, and they are messy, but oh my god, they are so cool. It's like a... It's almost like a gouache. It's almost like a very viscous gouache to the point that... It's... Imagine a crayon that is a little bit more delicate and less brittle. Very oily. When I was a teen, I used to shade with my finger. I agree, it's quite the mess. Yepers. Yep, I used to do that too, but then I saw the light. That's why they sell those paper things that are shaped like pencils, but they are like made out of paper mache or something. Those are also for detailed diffuminating. But I just recommend you just grab a paper towel and start like put it as a layer between you and your finger. You can then start using your finger to diffuminate, so long as you have that paper towel in betwixt you and the page. Okay, this is the one that I use, the Staedtler Mars pencil. Premium quality for first class erasing performance. Blue part of the eraser for India ink. Oh, I have not seen this part. I've only used like the white type of eraser, never the one with the blue ink. And a matte film, minimal crumbling, protective PP film with practical tear, an open strip, sliding sleeve, convenient handling. Ah, okay. And latex free, best erasing performance with little wear, no discoloration. This is important on paper. This information for Staedtler describing this eraser, you have to be the judge as to whether or not it lives up to the by reviewing the results I left below and watching YouTube video I created. I recommend the Staedtler Mars pen eraser. This is the one that I use. I've always used it. I don't have enough of these. I need more. They are really good. I don't know about every other pencil though. But my question is, what are they made of? So I think the key is that they don't have latex. But I don't know. Oh, this one's another one that I've seen. I think. Oh, what are the results? Oh, this and this thing. I never quite understood how to use it, but yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at that smudging here. Okay, so these are the type of pencils. This is the Staedtler Mars plastic. Not bad. But clearly there are better erasers out there. Diffuminate betwixt. These are fun works. Oh, take care, Julius. Well, I'm heading out. Go to work and stuff. Have a good day. Have fun, Julius. Well, I mean, as fun as you can have at work. I'm sorry. Please. Survive. You got this. But yeah, take care. I'm happy to have seen ya. I can't wait to keep seeing the art you keep making. I think those are the only art erasers I've really noticed at art shops. Yeah, they're just pretty standard. They're good, they're standard, and they don't, I mean, they flake off, which I think it's important. Other erasers don't flake, but some of them are just, you know, they have like the latex and they do this smudging over here. Oh, and this over here. Oh, it's awful, dude. Like just to look at this. This is the thing you want to always avoid. This thing over here and this thing over here. This is also what happens when you difuminate with your finger. You put those oils on the page and then this is what, ugh. Oh, and then the discolorated pencils. I mean erasers. I do apologize for dumping you all with reading, watching review. Actually, less session. I did consider jazzing up the entire. Okay, nevertheless, I might be able to help purchase. I mean, this is fine, but there's no like objective information on their composition. As a company that prides ourselves shush. Ice erasers. Our erasers are made of synthetic rubber and plastic, most being latex PVC free, ensuring that they are free of harmful plastic. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so okay, so some of these are like white plastics. Okay, so I'm using the wrong one. So in school we had like these erasers that were a lion eraser, right? And the lion erasers were everywhere. They were mostly used for like office stuff, but they tended to discolor and just smudge. Ugh. Oh, there it is. These are the ones. Excuse me. These are the ones, the lion erasers. These are the ones that appear mostly in school. Oh, these erasers were buying. Yes, those erasers are the ones that are recommended by school teachers in Puerto Rico. I bought one, erasers, number 2 pencils, no smudging or ghosting. I disagree. These smudged like crazy when they were older, but even if the Mars eraser was ancient and hidden somewhere in my room, I grabbed that puppy and it never smudged anything. Not to the degree that a lion eraser would in its worst times. Yo, you draw? Because I need advice and help. What do you need, Atomic? And also, welcome to the show. How are we doing today? What do you need help with? What's up? I think those are the only, the Mars erasers. Yeah, because I think that it's on the composition of the eraser, and I can't figure out what it is. Because if I would like to put on the tutorial the tools, at least on the eraser part, what makes a good eraser. I like Stellar Mars plastic erasers. They are cheap and erased almost spotlessly. Yeah. Best erasers in the world, I beg to differ. But they are pretty good. Lion erasers are pretty good. It's just mostly for school. That is it. Depends. Do you have graphite marks that you want to remove from paper? Oh god, are you being cheeky? I have 2 of these. They're just okay. You can definitely do better, more money. Yeah, exactly.
Local YouTuber, Spooky, wrote you should play Car Simulator 2.1 when I release it.
We'll see about that. Yeah, I think I need to do a lot more research on this to keep adding to this. But at the end of the day, a good eraser like the Mars brands, what's the full name of it? The brand Stettler. Yeah, these ones. The Stettler. Stettler Mars erasers. There you go. That's the one. Meaning you will need to use 2B pencils, and same as before, make sure you leave as little marks as possible behind when you erase them. A good eraser like Stellar Mars brands helps a ton. An inappropriate eraser might smudge the page, which is what we want to avoid. Okay, so we got the worksheet that we're going to make later. And make sure the lines are made with the least amount of strokes as possible. It is common to do what is called a hairy line. Hairy lines are vague in directions and define shape weakly. Guess who's back again? Yo, Pun Man, what up? So I'm getting into animation. I was wondering, how do I get more depth effect on a little stick figure like Alan Becker to make it look realistic for sideways walks or from a back view? Okay, so it depends, right? Let's open up something like, okay, let me put down the browser. I forgot that I gotta do a few things. Okay, so I'm in Affinity Designer. I have... Okay, so if I just have a line, it's not going to work out, right? Pen tool. So here we have a line. Let's make it thick. So the only way I can make this three-dimensional is by adding depth. How do we add depth? By adding shading. Not the fill, the stroke. There we go. And then we play around with that shading, making sure we understand where the light source is, whether it's up, down, left, right. And then depending on how bright the light is, you know, let's put the shadow real close here. Yeah, shadow real close. And then we can have the light come from multiple angles. The problem here is that this light is kind of like, it doesn't work for the purposes that we want. But if it's like a sideways thing, then we can probably make it work like this. Put just a little light shining through. And then we can maybe change the full color of this. No, actually it's this. Okay. So no, is this transparency? Gradient tool. Got it. Ah, right. Stroke. There it is. So we can change this into another color. Doesn't really matter. The idea is that when you add lights and shadows, it does feel a little bit more 3D. Of course, this is only sideways. If you want the full thing, you could probably add a different filter. But the point is that in order to have something that is 2D look 3D.
Local YouTuber, Spooky. Wrote nice tutorials, Pooksters.
Where is it? Let's probably make another circle, but this one is bright. And put in a transparency tool right in the center. Let's make it an elliptical thing like that, and let's put it a little more fainted. And we put it on, oh, we grab the whole shape and put it like over here. Maybe we can make it bigger. And there you go. See? 3D. How do I take off the grid? Hang on. Grid, show, grid, no grid. There you go. Now it looks a little bit more clear. And it also depends on the material it has, right? Because this looks really shiny. It's almost like the ball's made out of metal. And I could add more shiny effects, you know? But yeah, either way, it's like a coloring department thing. So if you're making an animation, you're going to have to make that every single thing is colored properly. Like if you're talking Alan Becker has, like, for example, his stick figures. Yeah, they have something like this, right? Like they have the head, and you're making like a back shot, a backwards camera angle. Sorry, a backwards camera angle. You have the stick figure. And then you want this to look 3D. Well, you will need... Alan Becker makes the Chosen and all the characters that have like a hollow head actually feel hollow. So let's make it like... I'm just gonna grab this. Copy paste. I'm gonna put it inside of the circle. Oh, it's not gonna work because it's a stroke. Oh, I know what to do. Convert it into a donut. Take away the line art. Only have it fill colors. Yeah, there we go. And now I can put the thing inside of it. Yes. It's science, baby. Okay. Let's make it smaller. So he has like a shine coming from within, like this. Oh yeah, this is not what I was doing. Yeah, there it is. So I can make it bigger and make it a little closer. There it is. Okay, so now the edge is a little closer and I can put it on the border here because the light is coming inside of this part of the ring, but not on top here. That will make it that maybe I can have an effect where I can grab this, quick effects, inner light, inner glow. There it is, inner glow. Oh, but it does everything. It doesn't do the angle. Well, that stinks. What am I gonna do then? Can I make a blurry line? Because if I can make a line here. Oh, I know. So I'm going to put a pixel layer inside of this. And I'm going to grab my pen and my tablet. And I'm going to grab a feather brush. Just find a normal, basic brush. Yeah, make it like that. Choose a pale color like this, and then there we go. Yeah, I gotta put in the outside of it like this. Smooth stroke. So now this looks a little bit more 3D than the rest. Still has like a texture on it, right? Maybe it's because the thing is too small, but you see how now everything looks a little bit more, the head looks a lot more 3D than everything else. Flat, 3D suddenly. Oh, sorry, okay. True, you could definitely use Blender for it. But yeah, the point is just the shading. Just add some shading and play around with it. Or, like 𝐒𝐫𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐧𝐠 said, use Blender for the stick figures. Let's erase all this. Sorry, I can get way too much into it. Now let's go back to the designer persona and go back to this. But yeah, that's pretty much it. There's not much to it. It's easy. Unless there was something else specifically you meant, because it's, yeah, to make things look 3D. It's a shading thing, and it's going to take a long time if you're doing it 2D style. You're gonna have to paint everything similarly that it doesn't change. It's crazy. Tools, pencil, and graphite are quite easy to come by, and there's few ways to mess it up with them. Traditionally, you will have these types of pencils. H represents the hardness of the graphite. It's compressed and it leaves a lighter marks. The higher number is next to it. If scratched hard on the paper, it leaves a more metallic stain on the page. Instead of darkening it. Yeah, because H pencils don't really darken the line or the color you want. It doesn't go black, it just goes silver and metallic instead. I think that's where the lead is. Another question, without making it look 3D, how do I make the illustration of it from the back? By the way, this is helping a lot. My respects and you sub. Oh, thank you, Atomic. My pleasure. That's the whole point of this whole channel. to follow along in our mutual progress without making it look 3D. Okay, without making it look 3D. How do I make that illusion of it from the back? It's pretty much the same way. It's just that the light source changes, right? Because you have the same thing that we had before, but now this could be the front, right? Because the sun is like over here. You can have a sun. This is where the light comes from in this case, I guess. And that's when you see the shine. And if you want the scene to look different. Oh, where's the canvas flip on this thing? Edit. Is there a canvas flip on? I thought there was. In here. Select, edit, cut, paste, special, without. Oh well, I have this. Hang on. Let me just put everything on a layer and show you. Yeah, just put everything on a layer and just use this. Okay, so then if you want to show like a dramatic shift in a scene, you just, and now the light is on this side. That's how you show that, oh, this is the back side of the character. And also with the pose, let's say that the character has a very obvious angle on where they're standing. Skinny leg. Alright, so we have an obvious pose. You have to make sure that the pose says, oh yeah, this character is doing something with their left hand and something completely different with their right hand. Right? That's what's happening. This is the pose. So that way, when you flip it, it's obvious that there has been a shift. It can be as easy as doing what I'm doing right now, flipping the image, or it will have to be that you actually move the light source and the shadows actually rotate like this, you know, like they actually feel that they're changing. And that would be a very cool effect if you get to do it. If you get to suddenly do like from this to this, like that would be pretty cool. But yeah, that's what I think. Like, oh, you want to distinguish a backside from a front side, have a distinguishable pose, and then play with the light source and how it changes from spot to spot. The pose will give you already the. Oh, there is another trick that I learned from BAM animation. So let's imagine that this character is like a girl, and she has a ponytail, right? She has a ponytail, and yeah, so the ponytail is an identifier that you can use to show the direction of the face. Every single time you see her face, the direction is this way. See, because you have this ponytail that is telling you where her back is. It can be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be hair, it could be a hat. Yeah, if we do like a hat, it will be obvious when the character is looking side to side, up, down, left, right. And then they can just look up, look down, or be tilting the hat like this, like Milady. Or something. Like things that can help you distinguish direction. Oh, and also if you want to make like a rotation effect, you can have it be like, this is profile, and then you have the whoa, and then the cap is backwards. I have to shorten this, you know, something like that. You can have whoa, and then the effect. I mean, you get it. This looks bad, but yeah, but like the cap moves from one place to another. Imagine someone slaps this character and their hat just starts spinning in their head like this. Like, this is without making it 3D. This is just playing with the illusion of things, right? I mean, of course, if you do something like this, you shouldn't have this be visible on this direction. So I suppose you would actually delete this, and that way it's not visible when they're looking on this direction. Like if they're looking on this direction, the cap will show that they're looking in that direction. And then they can change and shift and stuff. Yeah. I don't know. Is this helping? But yeah, with stick figures is a little bit difficult to show direction and where are they, unless you make the silhouettes very clear, unambiguous. Because obviously if you're just standing there, like if you're just being monotonous and you're tweening, God, if you're tweening, it's just not going to make the right effect, right? If it's just standing there just like that, there's no way to differentiate back from the front, right? And if we are doing something like this, it's a lot more clear what the pose is and what direction they are looking at. And of course, you have like this thing where foreshortening is another thing you can check out. Let me just write it here. This is something else you can study, foreshortening. Even with stick figures, it works. Because let's say that I have something like this and then the character winds up their hand and it's about to, you know, like, I don't know, slap somebody. This motion of moving their hand forward, probably making the hand bigger in this case.
Wrote foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing is one word. Foreshortening is something else. But yeah, foreshortening is when like your hand gets closer to the camera. It looks bigger, but it's not that it's bigger. Like if the character's about to punch the camera, right? Let me just grab the thing and do this. Imagine the character is pointing at me. It's saying you. Hey, it's you. I would make the fist a lot bigger like this. And this one probably smaller? No. Pencil, pen, this. Let's make that fist smaller. No. Just this one. Grab it. Yeah, there we go. Backwards. This one. Yeah, a little bit smaller, not too much. But you see how this one looks farther away and this one looks closer? That is foreshortening. Gomu Gomu no slap! Yeah. So yeah, this is another thing that you can use to make it look 3D without adding lights and shadows. Foreshortening. I'm going to grab this line and I'm going to make this point thinner so it feels that the foot is farther away, and I'm going to make this knee be like this, but I'm going to make it bigger. Oh, and this one I'm going to make it very big. Let's make the line super big and then make it smaller in here. There you go. You can sort of tell that this foot is real close to the camera. So now it's stepping forward. This one is stepping farther back. Like if I do this, maybe. Make it like a clear pose. You see, so now it's like stepping from far away to close. Oh, and maybe a shadow. No line. This is just a stupid example, so I'm not gonna play around too much with the shadow. I'm just going to make, yeah, something like that. Like maybe they are on a surfboard or something, but you see what I mean? You can do 3D effects with just the posing and the foreshortening. Foreshortening and shading. Those things are powerful enough to allow you to create 3D looking things, even if you're not actually shading or whatever, you know? Thank you so much. This definitely helped me a lot. I'll probably be back soon. I'll probably be back to ask more stuff since I don't know anyone personally in this field. So thank you so much. My pleasure. Now you know. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Como no slap, like Lum said. You see, Lum is super wise. Lum gives the best advice. Okay, let's see. We talked about construction lines, so I can delete this. Pen pressure, I could talk about it. Oh, later I could write. Fundamentals. There you go. I'm morbidly tired today, so it's quiet. It's okay, Lum. The fact that you're here means the world to me either way. So don't worry about it. I'm really happy. Sleepy or not, it means that it's okay to sleep. You see? That means I'm not crazy and loud and insane. Do you imagine it go? From here on out, the lessons will focus on digital drawing, but all fundamentals can be executed with pencils. Though yeah, line weight is another thing that we already talked about, or at least I just wrote about. Straight lines, the exercise, and also the patterns. That's what will be coming next. Line quality, the hair, yeah, I already talked about this. It was a simple mention, it's nothing too big. Line confidence, oh, the wobbly lines versus straight curves. Okay, this is something else that I need to write. And pen pressure will be lost on traditional painters and drawers, because those do not exist. Okay, so there's the exercise of straight lines. Okay, so there's hairy lines, but then there is another factor is another factor is the stroke speed. If you draw a line too slowly, it can wobble. It is best when your eye is where you'd like your line to end, and then pass your hand over at an appropriate speed. You pass your hand over to that point at an appropriate speed. This is the advice I was given, and it works pretty well. Because some people stare at the pencil as they make the line, and they're focusing too much on the stroke and not on just making a very continuously nice line. Yeah, okay, so we covered this now. From here on out, it's just going to be these instructions are pretty simple, but of course the illustration is going to be different. Because from here, I can go to Affinity Designer, delete all this, we don't need it anymore, and then I can do a few exercises. I can do something like a donut. Did you know that plant-based soap has sugar on it, or sodium polyglucosides to be exact? Homemade soap uses sugar though. Does it? Are we going to... I never knew this. It's just that it's such a strange concept. Sorry, local, for saying that again. It's just that... What? Commercial ones don't. Oh, my phone is dying, so I need to head out, but you're still on. When I get home, I'll pop in again. I think we have only like 5 minutes left before I go. So I don't think I'll be on if you go now. In any case, then, have a good one, Grim. I'll be seeing ya. I'll be seeing ya in the chats. So happy to have seen ya today. Don't worry. We'll be here next Thursday. But you see, I want to make an exercise like this, like, oh, make the line. So people try to do their best to do a simple stroke. I'm gonna take this away, reset. You'll let it slide.
Local YouTuber, Spooky. Wrote it's fine, I'll let it slide.
But you see, so one of the exercises is going to be simple, like this. But then there's going to be another one that's going to be like this. And then another one that's going to be
Local YouTuber, Spooky. Wrote you are the best bat I know.
Oh! Well, there's other bats. There's Razalicious. Oh, they also invited me to like a Discord group with a bunch of bad people. So I guess I'm not the only bat around anyway. So I wanted to also make something like this, right? No, wait. This line is whack. This line is whack. Let me start from the beginning. So I can do this, and then I can do that. There you go. And then from this, I can do something like this. And eventually,
Local YouTuber, Spooky. Wrote gotta go to hang out with my dad, bye bye.
Okay, Local, have a good one. I hope you have fun. Take care then. See, then I can have something like this. Like, the point is, keep them parallel, but put them where they have to be. So I'm going to be coloring like these two, for example, blue, and these two, for example, like red, but they have to be, they have to stay in this configuration. They have to match the color, and they have to be as similar as possible to each other. And then I can have some crazy patterns, and then we can just practice this and in all stages. And of course, we're going to have patterns like this. And people will have to do this. This is going to be part of the worksheet. A straight line practice. And then I can do another one where there's cross hatching. More and more until it becomes, you know, again, it's practicing lines. How am I going to do it is different, but you know. But for now, I think we have a nice little quick script. Although I think this is a little bit more than 3 minutes, so I will have to cut a lot of these things. Let me actually time myself. Let me make the whole read and take the time. How much does it take? Most artists will find that drawing accurately is a useful skill, though often it's hard to know where and how to start. The search for tutorials can make it hard to know what to focus on, especially when you don't know. Everyone starts at different and grows different, and their incentives to grow are also different. The series of shorts you see here are meant for the beginner or experienced artist to practice base fundamentals, but we're tackling them separately. And hey, there's no shame on returning to basics, no matter how long you've been on doing this. Truth be told, no one ever stops being a student, so I salute you on your journey. Before we draw the actual fundamentals, let's talk about the one most accessible art tools that ever was, and the glue that holds most art together: the pencil and the line. Tools. Pencil and graphite are quite easy to come by, and there's a few ways to mess with them. Traditionally, you have these types of pencils displayed. The H pencils represent hardness, and the graphite is compressed to, and it leaves the lighter marks on the higher the number next to it. If scratched hard on the paper, it leaves more metallic stain on the page instead of darkening it. And in contrast are the B pencils, which are softer, leaving plain blacker marks and being more brittle when pressed. For drawing, I recommend using HB2 pencils for lines and graphite or B pencil for shading. And then the link for the shading practice. Holding the pencil, now there's two ways you can use this pencil: writing grip and spread grip. Writing grip, shown in image, is good for short strokes and precise detailing. We all normally draw this way, and it's limited by the range of the wrist. Now spread grip uses the sides of the pencil to make a thicker stroke of the graphite, and it liberates your wrist range now to use the full arm. This grip works best for larger pages and murals. I recommend the whole graphite bar on your hand for even a wider coverage. Once you have your tools, we can begin the exercise. Firstly, be aware on how strong you press the pencil against the page. When we draw, we first make construction lines. These are meant to be erased later, replaced by more confident and darker lines. You may use a higher H pencil to the standard HB. Just keep in mind, depending on the pencil, it's best to softly and gently caress the page than it is to press the tip so hard that you can't erase the marks in the page. It's common for beginners to not be used to a writing grip, beginners to be used to a writing grip because of school, and don't consider in keeping the page unedged. Now we begin with controlling your strokes to be straight. Draw a line from point A to point B as you see on the diagram. If you're doing this physically, try that your pencil lines are soft enough to be erased and not leave any trace behind. Makes the sheet reusable too. Try next making darker lines with a similar gentle stroke, meaning you will need to use B pencils. Same as before, make sure you leave as little marks as possible behind when you erase them. A good eraser like Staedtler Mars brand helps a ton, and an appropriate eraser will smudge the page. Make sure that your lines are made with the least amount of strokes as possible. It's common to do what is called a hairy line. Hairy lines are vague in directions and define shapes weakly, or it could be poorly. Another factor is the stroke speed. If you draw a line too slow, it can wobble. It's best when you eye where you'd like your line to end and then pass your hand over to that point at an appropriate speed. From here on out, the lessons will focus on digital drawing, but all fundamentals can be executed with pencils. I say this because concepts like pen pressure or don't quite exist on traditional, but can be imitated by inking or drawing shapes that pass as thicker lines. Either way, anyone can follow along. Okay, yeah, I can shave a few things here because it was almost 5 minutes. But it's not bad. Like, I can improve this. But at least I have something to play with. This is a circuit board. What do you mean a circuit board? Oh, this. Yeah, the affinity design thing. Yes. It really does feel like a circuit board, right? And I feel that's sort of the point, but of course, instead of this, I'm going to make them like thinner lines, of course. I think instead of circles, they're going to be dots like this. The origin points are going to become smaller and smaller, and you'll have to connect these 2 points. It's like, oh yeah, the black one and the black one here, and you have to kind of pass over. Oh, that would be pretty cool that I kind of cut these lines. Like, let's pretend, for example, that I pretty much say connect these 2 lines, and I make them transparent like this. Or I just do this, like I make them transparent, and then you have to trace them as much as you can. And of course, the more you do, the harder it becomes, because you will be erasing them, and that's kind of the point. That can be like increased difficulty. Or I can leave them traced like this. Let me make the line bigger so it can be appreciated. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, see, something like this. Maybe a little bit more space, but yeah, something you gotta follow. I don't know. But yeah, I think this is it. I think at least I have, when it comes to line art. Oh, right, the space on this thing does not work. But yeah, I can start with this, and then for the rest, the second lesson could just be jumping straight into shapes. Like polygons and circles and stuff like that. And then within that same thing, we can start working 3D. And yeah, oh god, we're already... Well, 3D can be the third one, because that will be perspective. Shapes itself is kind of like... Yeah, shapes would be like grabbing an object and cutting it into pieces and then figuring out what they're made out of. I think that would be the next lesson. Like, if I grab a can, you have to understand that that is a cylinder, and that cylinders are just circles that are connected to each other. It's that simple. And then you see a horse. Oh, there's like a square, there's like a triangle, but of course profile view, because when we go into perspective, it's going to be a lot harder. We're going to be combining the 2 lessons of 2 and 3, shapes and then perspective, and then be working with 3D shapes. But that, I think, would be for the next bit. I think with this, I'm not done. I need to polish it. But at least for this stream, we're good. I'll be working on this in the background and polishing it better. In any case, yeah, I thank you so much for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. Next time, we'll just be doing the... oh my god. The hand cam. It's gonna be a very fun exercise, isn't it? In any case, if you guys want to know what I'm using LibreOffice to write this. It's a free open source program that replaces Word documents because Microsoft wants your money. And I'm using Affinity Designer to draw. Yeah. In any case, have a good one, guys. Rest well. Thank you so much for joining. And I'll see you on the next one. Goodbye! Wait, hold on a second. I think it did not activate. Did not activate. What happened? Oh my god, dude, it can't be. This thing is going crazy.